Hello. Hello. Welcome back, guys, to the big AI game. We have advanced fairly far. Lots of things have happened. I'll try to go through the main ones for anyone that has missed it. But I hope you've all had a good Monday so far. Thank you for joining. I have turned the graphics down somewhat. I don't know if that is what has led to that, but I'm hoping we've got less crashes if I do that. It is obviously there's a lot going on in the map, so I can understand there being a few crashes. This is kind of pushing the game to the absolute limit of what it's capable of. So yeah, hopefully it feels a little smoother actually. That's pretty good. That has helped. So what has gone on? Portugal has actually made some progress in Europe. They conquered Madrid and Paris. They do have a lot of units. They didn't when I was looking before. I wonder if they weren't showing up or something. I was confused by how little units they had actually. Maybe they've just built them. I think they're at war with England and some other people. Songhai, England and Arabia. Obviously England is the main one that they're going to be getting into contact with here. They don't really have enough boats, but I think they do have William as a vassal. If I'm not mistaken. Oh. They do have William as a friend, so I wonder if... Yeah, they're also at war with England. That's quite dangerous for England because sea beggars, as we know, are very, very powerful. I think I rated them literally the best unit in the game. See in AI hands, it's a little different, but they are super powerful. And they've got the Vanguard promotion that gives bonus damage to cities. They can steal units as well. So they could steal some of England's boats, I suppose. And definitely, I'm surprised Portugal doesn't have a fleet themselves. If they both combined fleets and attacked London, would definitely be hard for London to resist. India actually ended up snagging Copenhagen, just a random commando was wandering about. I think it was actually an explorer that's now upgraded, and Venice was just 100% ranged army hitting it down, and India just ended up getting it. Okay, Incans building stuff. That's been going on for a while. Austria doing reasonably with 2 cities. Sweden actually managed to get up to 6 cities, which is pretty good for a European civ. I mean, in the east there's a bit more space than Western Europe, but yeah, and they've conquered Russia. I believe they have Russia as a vassal as well. Poland is a vassal of Ottomans, who have conquered Constantinople, of course, conquered the Assyrians. Looked like they were going to get into Babylon for a while, but they ended up, I think, in too many wars, really. They're trying to fight Sweden and Babylon right now, I think, so. And also they were fighting the Huns as well, so they kind of had too much going on to focus on one thing. Arabia managed to found Islam, which is actually a very good tradition religion that they have, but they never really got any wonders, never really started getting any kind of snowball going, and now some of their expands have been taken by Zulus. Medina should be quite defendable. This is an awkward spot to attack across for the Zulus, but Arabia really has no units, so it wouldn't take a lot to take him out. Egypt actually still doing reasonably. Didn't get to build any wonders though, so hasn't made the most of his unique ability of getting the antiquity sites every time a wonder is built. So nothing special going on in Egypt, but at least he's alive. You know, even has this crazy city of Alexandria, which will fall in about 3 seconds if he does ever end up at war with Songhai. So Ethiopia was having a very good game. They founded Eastern Orthodoxy and started spreading it early. And it's actually, I think it's by far the biggest religion now. Well, there's some other big ones too. There's a lot of cities on the map, but yeah, 64 cities following the religion. And you got to think how much pressure that is. The 41, this is a religion, and 30, both of these are in America. So out of like Europe, Asia and Africa, where most of the cities are, Eastern Orthodoxy is basically majority religion. probably will increase even more because, yeah, like I said, the pressure should convert some of the other cities, I would have thought, um, over time. But yeah, they started getting conquered. They've been at war with the Zulus and Songhai. Songhai eventually conquered a couple of these cities. I believe the Zulus might have conquered this back off Songhai. Um, but yeah, Zulus and Songhai going at it now. Don't see either of them doing too well just because trying to fight each other, I doubt they're going to make big progress. And yeah, they kind of need to because they're a long way behind. Let's continue on Europe and Asia. Persia didn't ever really get anywhere. Looks like he's kind of dying to the Huns, who managed to settle a lot of cities in sort of Eastern Europe, Western Asia region. No one else was really expanding there, so they've got a nice empire. See if they can start turning it into some kills. I believe they have Assyria as a vassal, so they're not going to conquer that one. But if they can get into Persepolis, maybe they can look at taking Babylon or something. India, they founded a religion very early, actually. Obviously, they do have reduced costs for profits. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to really keep Hinduism very well spread, but they have literally just settled India. They've been very historically accurate with the way that they've played this, so we like that. Kind of kept themselves to themselves. They're not in a bad spot on 45 techs. 2 policies away from getting 2 ideologies. We've got Siam, also keeping to themselves in Southeast Asia, really. They're actually friends with Indonesia, who's the other person in kind of Southeast Asia. They've also both been colonizing Australia, but yeah, playing nice at the moment. And then there's a bit more going on up here. So we've got China, Mongolia, and Japan. Japan wiped out Korea quite a long time ago. They unfortunately were warring both and still are warring both Mongolia and China, so they haven't been able to make progress there, but they're having a very good game. I guess they've got a bunch of great generals, great admirals, so they've been getting the bonus culture from that. So they're actually up with the leader on policies, and they built quite a few wonders as well, and quite a few good ones. Terracotta Army, Globe Theatre, Alhambra, Brandenburg Gate, Sistine Chapel, all nice ones. They also have their religion, and they took a pretty good militaristic religion. They've got Crusader spirit. They've got the founder belief, hero worship. So they get a lot of faith, great general and admiral points, which is obviously amazing as Japan. So I like that a lot. I wish they'd played the wars a bit smarter. They could have teamed up with China against Mongolia at one point, but they backstabbed China and ended up making enemies of everyone in the world. So they've even got like Siam fighting against them. It's unfortunate, like I said, because they could have been very strong. And unfortunately, we have a slight runaway on the other continent, which is the Incans. Did think they were going to be the most powerful civ. They had a very isolated start in mountains. Only real neighbor was Brazil, who's never a big pain to be nearby. And they actually managed to take out Brazil pretty early in a war, have them as a vassal now, so they've had really no one doing anything to them all game. Just been able to do whatever they want. They built a lot of wonders, not particularly good ones, if I'm honest. Porcelain Tower, I guess, is a nice one. Eiffel Tower, very good recently, but most of the wonders they got before that were not actually particularly helpful. Did think if Japan could do some more conquering, they could potentially catch up, but Incans have got really nice policies. They've got progress, they've got artistry, rationalism, can have a lot of culture and science, and they've gone for order, which is generally the best policy when you're going towards a space victory. Quebec looks like it could be fooling. I guess they are, yeah, they're fighting against a lot of people here. Don't think they'll make progress in the war since there's so much jungle in the way, and nobody's decided to come up here and settle, weirdly. Yeah, looks like Quebec could fall to Iroquois though. Maybe Incans will end up taking that back. Catholicism is the religion in South America that was founded by the Mayans. They're having a reasonable, well, pretty average game to be honest. Quite a few texts behind them, policies behind. Don't think we'll see them competing for the win, but they have decided the religion that the Incans are going to follow, and they actually gave them the faith of the masses Reformation belief, which is pretty useful for other civs following the religion. That was nice of them. And then we got North America. Aztecs have been, all three of these guys have been fighting each other all game. Aztecs are now the vassal of Iroquois, I believe. Yes, Iroquois been having a pretty strong game. They founded Protestantism, which is the second biggest religion in the game. They've got Teocallis. Yeah, they were able to conquer some Aztec cities. They've got Defender of the Faith, Reformation belief. The Enhancer belief, Universalism is called. Gives them bonus for followers of other religions and known cities, which unfortunately they don't have right now, but maybe if the pressure comes from Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, though I don't think it will. They've managed to spread Protestantism quite far over here, so it's not really going to work for them, that belief. Fortunately, it can be very powerful, but you have to kind of play into it. It's not something that AIs generally do. But yeah, Pocatello also following that. Actually, these guys were friends for a bit. I believe they've gone back to being at war now. No, they actually are still friends, which is crazy. I'm sure they will end up warring. I'm pretty sure they will end up warring each other. I guess they're both trying to. Says their top competitor is Japan. I mean, at least try and kill it. You're literally at war with Incans, but okay. So that's the global situation. I think probably the most interesting war going on right now. Well, Mongolia's taken out some Chinese cities. If Mongolia and Japan together could team up on China, but I think they just ended up at war with each other again, so probably not much progress. But Japan's a strong civ, so if they push in, Mongolia doesn't have big borders here around Beshbalik, could get taken and then they'd be right on Karakorum, so there's hope for Japan. We've got Congress, looks like a session is in progress at this second. Guys trying to sanction each other. I mean, it's not very interesting. A lot of civs with a lot of votes from religious authority. I didn't realise if you took fealty, if you're following somebody else's religion and it has a lot of followers, you still get religious authority from that. So yeah, a lot of civs with a lot of extra votes thanks to that. I thought it was 1 per 10. Every 10 cities following your primary religion. They're getting 8 from religious authority somehow, even though 63 cities. I mean, what can we do? Okay, Persepolis we should keep an eye on. God's sake. I need to zoom in more. Can't be zoomed out that far. Hello, Excel. Good to have you here. Yeah. I mean, you can't really see much in strategic view though. But yeah, we'll try it potentially if it keeps crashing. Zooming in and not moving around too much is usually a trick. I kind of wanted to talk a bit about policies and text and stuff anyway. Oh really? That's not a bad shout actually. I feel like when I've had crashes that have been like during the end turn though, it's normally like an actual bug in the game. The graphics one I normally get when I'm just like scrolling around the map. This could be a bug in the game then. We can go back a turn and see, but it could be GG. It could be GG. To be fair, probably is somewhat GG anyway. Like, it's got to be 95% plus that Incans win this game. Not that they have an unassailable lead, but I just don't see any of the other civs managing to get their shit together enough. It's a pretty strong civ, yeah. I mean, you can't go too wrong with it, really. Like, obviously, if you've got some mountains around, that's just free yields right there. Easy to defend yourself as well when you could walk through them and nobody else can. Terrace farm is decent. Got a couple of, I think they have like another early game building right that helps them. And then, she needs to remember what all their unique stuff is, but yeah, just generally pretty strong bonuses. They have start bias too, so they are generally going to start in mountains unless it's like a unmountain map or you turn that off. And they take pretty good policies as well. Progress, interrationalism. They went archery this game. I assume they go statecraft sometimes as well. That's probably the only thing that I would do differently if I was them. I probably, well, in terms of policy choice, I would have done the same. Probably would have taken fealty, but I think what they should have done is focus religion. Um, they really don't need anything else. Like they kind of have everything that they could want in a start. So the main thing they should have focused on was just making sure they get religion. That's like the one thing they don't have this game that they should have. Yeah, the unique slinger thing is it's a good unit. It's exactly what you want from a ranged unit, really. You want to do the first hit with your ranged unit. It's going to do some damage. It's going to decrease their combat strength by 15%. Gets slightly higher range combat strength than a slinger. And the other thing they have is the moving through mountains. That kind of makes every unit feel like a unique unit because it's a powerful ability. The long swordsman, I don't know if this is somewhat new. Sure. Alongside disciplines, they got plus 25% hit points. Yeah, I mean, again, that's what you want from a melee unit, really. Just they're there to be tanks. You can sit them in a hill or mountain or whatever, and they can soak up hits. Plus 25% hit points. They're going to be hard to kill. Yeah, it's useful stuff. I don't know why all these are not very good, but we will check. Okay, I think it's like a unique council or something. Unique granary. Extra production. 5% production from city connections. See, I need to know. %20 from buildings. $20 from industrial city connection. Why is it showing it as flat? Why does this not have an industrial city connection? Does it need a railroad? Don't know. I don't know when these bonuses are saying like a 5 or 10% increase in golden production. I guess it is applying to the one that already gives that. So like you get 5% extra gold with the normal connection and then 5% extra production with the industrial connection. Do you lose? I guess you lose the normal connection bonus when you get an industrial one. Okay, that's a little less powerful than I thought then. I was thinking Machu Picchu was like super powerful. It was given plus 10, 15% to both, but I guess you only get one at a time. Okay, Ottomans pieced out with Babylon. I didn't really realise how strong the Ottomans' war kit is, but the Great Bombards, the timing you get on gunpowder is insane. They really should go authority and make the most of that timing. See if they can get something done now that they're not at war with everybody at once. Still rooting for Japan, but slightly given up hope that they're going to get anywhere. London has started taking some damage. Yeah, you're going to struggle to kill those sea beggars, I'm afraid. They're burning Lalibela. Zulu is actually starting to take down Songhai. in rivers too. It's quite a surprise. I think Songhai's distracted. Trying to war. Spain and Morocco up here as well. That's gonna fall. Okay. So, I'd say I was going to talk about ideologies and techs. We'll start off with techs, and I guess mostly wonders. So, we're in industrial era. Some civs actually moving into modern era now. This is when you want to start really playing towards your win condition. I did go through the industrial era policies and what they're good for. Obviously, rationalism, if you're going for science fiction, you're probably going to want rationalism, like maybe industry if you're like super wide empire, but rationalism is almost always going to be better. Industry can work for culture or for diplomatic victory or for militaristic if you want to make a lot of new units, but then imperialism gives you bonus for that too. Industry can help you have enough money though. Got like a gold purchasing strategy going on if you've got Forbidden Palace and any bonuses from purchasing. Industry can be nice with that. But yeah, Industrial Era has a lot of very powerful wonders. This is the point where I start, like I wouldn't just build these wonders for the sake of it, because there's actually some of the wonders in Industrial and Modern Era are like game-changingly strong, so you don't want to miss out on them if you need them. Eiffel Tower is generally like a very strong wonder. Gonna, you know, the moment that you get it, it's gonna help you get that next policy 10% cheaper. The one after that, policies are already like compounding bonus, because when you get a new policy, you get more yields to help you get to the next one and more tech and stuff. So I find this wonder good every single game. I will almost always want to go for it. Brandenburg Gate, situationally incredibly strong. The bonus XP that you get alongside military academies, and if you have Teocallis and all the other military buildings, I think. So now it's 25 plus 20 for the armory plus 15 for the barracks, so 60. 15 from this. 75. I believe you get 10 from Teocallis now. So actually you can't just straight up be building units that are level 5 with like range and stuff like that, but still very useful if you're still building units, and you get the bonus military supply as well, which can be very useful for your great general if you need one of them. Probably you don't if you're authority and stuff, you have enough great generals, but it's a pretty nice wonder. Can be hard to build because it does require 16 policies, which is usually quite a lot if you rush it, especially like if you've come down here for rifling and then military science. It's unlikely you have 16 policies. Guess we should have done the wonders in order. Soho Foundry, Free Factory. I don't find that very useful. Factories are great because they have the +2 factories to factories in all cities, so they're great when you build all of them. If you've got like 15 cities in your empire, it's +30 production in all of them. That's the main bonus of factories. So just having one of them is not that good. The +4 coal though, so that's probably the main reason you would build this if you're already struggling on coal. There's ways of getting coal, like you can buy it, you can great general for it, you can conquer people for it. City-states might have some, but if you really need coal, then maybe go for this. Neuschwanstein is whatever, gives some bonus yields, but not going to change the game. Like I said, I don't like just going for these for the sake of it, because some of these other wonders you like really, really want. I mentioned these two, but Palace of Westminster as well. Obviously, you're getting +1 delegate for every 4 city-states. In a standard game, that's 8 delegates. If you're going for Diplo Victory, you definitely want that. And the Louvre, If you've gone artistry and going for culture victory, it's another. It's like the biggest theming bonus in the game, I think. 30 culture and 15 tourism. I mean, I would say it's not great to go for this stuff for the theming bonus because if you have two museums, you've got 20 plus 12 anyway, so it's not like a big difference. Um, but the great artist and the two archaeologists are very nice. Um, yeah, you can if you build your three archaeologists and then you build this, you can have momentarily have five archaeologists. So obviously, if you've already rushed up to archaeology and then you're able to start digging up all the artifacts before anyone else can. When I'm digging up artifacts, I prefer to go for the ones that are in like neutral or enemy territory that I've got open borders in, and then come back to the ones in my territory later on. So you try and get as many as you can because they do dry up fairly quickly. The Free Museum also, it's a nice wonder. Seems like a lot of stuff has happened. Bruh, what? Quebec, okay. Adwa has been raised. Sure, Quebec was this city. Wonder if the Incans will take it back. I mean, that gives somebody a stronger border somewhat with them. So they could be in some trouble there. And Bro managed to lose a city to Barbs. I don't know where that... That's just like... Oh wow, Egypt actually came and went colonial. Did anyone settle? Okay, the Zulus came and settled. Some of these islands. Japan settled here. Japan settled... Wow, Japan settled so many cities. Got a lot of hidden artifacts as a result. They don't have artistry though, so... That's a waste. I don't really understand where that city was, but... If clicking on it, it's going to do anything. Yeah, I mean, industry does give some bonus to science, to the science victory, but it's just compared to rationalism, it's not going to give as much bonus. Yeah. If you need science, you need rationalism. Generally, it's like, I guess if you're, like I said, if you're wide, you can get the 15% bonus science from industry, and you get bonus from every time you build a building as well. Like, it's reasonable, but you're going to have the ability to buy great scientists. So you're going to have Glory of God, and you're not going to get as much from a scientist as you would from rationalism, and scientists are very big later on. Japan with 19 cities. Now actually a couple of policies behind. I guess, did they built Kremlin, so they got the free policy from that and then researched another one. Building stock exchanges, so they have gone for electricity. Let's try and pause the game as Hashikui and see what is going on in his little brain. He is actually building Empire State, just in a very random city. We're only going to take 11 turns though. I guess there's not too many wonders in industrial modern era, so um, it doesn't become such a big problem, the wonder cost thing. Okay, I mean, he's getting influential, but that's with Assyria, who has one city, so it's nothing that special. Top friend, none. Top defensive back, none. I mean, it's just totally disrespecting England. No competitors, wow. Top friend, the Ottoman. That's your only friend, brother. They're not even defensive pact anymore. Top competitor, China. England's still relatively safe. China somehow still hasn't lost that city, but it will fall. You not get industrial connections in your... Okay, so... Why are they all like exactly the same number? I thought the connections gave a percentage bonus of the city's output. It's ridiculous, to be honest. What's up, man? Germany's chilling, bruh. Bismarck is watching from the side, laughing. He knows he would have won easily if he was involved, so... Okay, we got past Assyria's turn that time. Bismarck was the guy who stopped all those civs from getting any techs. Oh god. I don't want to make this decision. I'm gonna say that he probably would do this. I didn't mean to click there. Finally, that city fell. Genghis Khan entered the industrial era. Wow. Getting 2,000 tech per turn. Actually losing a lot of money though. Building maintenance. Lost a cannon to an explorer. What? What was this cannon doing? Whatever. Shoshone went order as well. Okay, that makes sense for them. Oh, it was supposed to let me look around the Incans that turn. But it didn't. Iroquois actually still 2 policies off. Shoshone somehow 2 policies ahead of Iroquois. I guess they went artistry instead of fealty. And rationalism as well does give a bit more culture than probably imperialism does. They're still friends though, so nothing really going on there. Mongolia's actually got a pretty big empire now. Which is quite a way behind on tech. Portugal on 46 does have reasonable tech. They got University of Sancor. Some good policies there. Though they really should have gone for rationalism. Unless they're going to suddenly build a load of units and go ham. I just don't really see it. Oh, we're Persia now. This is a day in the life of Persia. Wasn't looking too good for them. So Japan does have a lot of like boats and stuff. If they could just focus them. Okay, he's kind of in on Beshbalik. See, you're supposed to use freaking field guns to attack cities, bruh. I know you have some nice Gatling guns. He's got a Juggernaut Gatling gun as well. Send in the field guns. Get a field gun here. Pew. Mongolia's kind of distracted over here. Wait a second. This wouldn't go anywhere then. They're war with Venice or something. Rome and England. Okay, they're all with Rome. Yeah, I'm surprised Rome has survived. Very surprised Greece has survived, actually. They literally have 1 tech. Vassal of Portugal, I suppose. But you'd think, like, I mean, Rome is so far behind on tech as well, 35. You'd think, like, 1 frickin' ironclad or something would take out Athens at some point. You're lucky you're not bordering with Shaka. They took Adwa, well. Sulu's seeming very strong. I mean, taking a city that Songhai had in the middle of rivers is not easy. I guess the Upgraded MPs are nice. Pity so. Cheers, man. I think there's potential too. I don't think this is the best AI game to do, just because of the too many civs, the turn times, the crashes. But yeah, I think some more reasonable games could be fun. Yeah, if it could just be a bit more stable and even a bit quicker still, to be honest. I don't know. I guess we don't have to even do like a standard game. Could do like a small game. Just have 6 civs. One thing I did mention is that yeah, that's the thing we can do. Oh no, again, still might be weird with 42 civs, but there are other smaller versions of this map. Don't have to do the massive one. One thing that I can do, which I think is cool, is I could quite easily make maps of little bits of the world where there's more detail. So, for example, Europe, where it's too small, so there's just not enough like detail on the land. Could make a map purely for Europe, where obviously it'll be scaled up a lot, and then put all the European civs on there and play like that. Or you know, America, Africa. It wouldn't be a lot of effort to do that, I don't think. But yeah, there's other maps. We can just do like a normal Pangea one, or there's my Pangea one, there's my normal like random one. And yes, it did crash again. I don't know if it's a bad version or the autoplay just does seem buggy. Maybe it would be less buggy if there was less civs. And yeah, I've seen those donut ones. They normally have it on like a time lapse where you just have like one angle, you can see the whole map. Yeah, I was just doing that actually. I have just talked about the industrial era wonders, and I was going to start talking about some policies. It would have been helpful. I was trying to pause the game as Persecuti so I could see which policies he'd taken, and we could talk about the order ones easier, because it's a bit hard to see them in the Civipedia, which is in a list. Oh my god. I just checked my Civ 5 logs. I have like 1,000,000 text files with different city sites on them. Does anybody else have that? Like, what the hell is this? In the, like, my games, I guess, my games logs file, I genuinely have thousands of files. And I don't know why. They're all 500 kilobytes. And they're called city sites. And it's like city sites Venetian, city sites Swedish, city sites Spanish. Actually, some of them are less than 500 kilobytes. A lot of them are about that. Just moved around too quick. Oh my god. Okay, we're good. Using strategic. Look at this beautiful map. It's just... there's way too much going on. But yeah, I agree about the yeah, it is nice to be able to talk about the game and not have to actually play it. Could probably have some quicker games, I guess, if they weren't obviously 43 subs ones. Yeah, well, I would assume it's related to city placements, but I don't know why it's adding files to my logs folder. Seems unnecessary. And I've never seen that before. I don't know if I've got some weird logs setting or something. Yep, we knew about that. I'm going to try and click the policy icon when we're going through the Incans turn. See if that will allow me to delve into which policies they have. Then we can talk about the order policy a bit better. I guess we could do it on Shoshoni's turn as well. Carthaginian workers building a road, we love that. Building archaeologists, that makes sense. Kia's building Empire State Building somewhere. Unfortunately, he's not going to get a corporation, which is another thing we should talk about at this point in the game. Okay, we've got the ranged Gatling gun sitting 2 range away from the city. Meanwhile, this guy's chilling in the background, and so is this guy. This smart stuff. If he was Giga Smart, he would delete this and build a citadel there. Or he could just citadel here. He could have done this ages ago if he just didn't burn down the city that was right here. Had that border already. Yeah, I mean, they struggle with actually killing. How many sips are we down to? We have lost France, Denmark, the Celts, Korea, America. Byzantium and Germany, that was never here. So what was that, 7 or 8 civs or something? Only 35 left. Isn't there a mod for like quick AI turns or something as well? Like, it's got to make them play worse. He's done some damage. He's moved the guy away. Please put somebody here. There's that stupid fort. Smack Beshbalik. This guy actually can attack from here. So can this guy. That's where they should be. Yeah, could do that. Could do that. I suppose, to be fair, the little guys are probably not the ones. Like, it's when you get to the bigger guys that the turns take longer. Processing Japan's turn and stuff. Okay, we got it. So, Incans policies, they have gone for workers' faculties. Perfect. Love that as the first policy choice on order. We don't get to see all the available ones, annoyingly. But yeah, that's a really good one. Build the factories, free factories, no coal requirement. Very useful for the Incans as well. I guess if you built them already, I think you get like a money refund or something on them. So you do get something out of it. The 10% science output is great too. But yeah, I would generally use these to help you build factories. So I would have not built factories until taking this. They probably had already built them, since they're not that strategic. -2 unhappiness from poverty and growth. Growth income, growth increased by 20%. -2 unhappiness from poverty and growth. What? Who wrote this? Why would you do that? -2 unhappiness from poverty and growth increased by 20% in all cities. Full stop. Building maintenance reduced by 20%. Just either have them all separate or have them do the comma and then the and. Come on, bro. But the building maintenance is actually very useful for them. They had about 1.5k of building maintenance, so hopefully that's gone down a little bit for them. They were losing a lot of money. Dictatorship of the proletariat, also quite reasonable. They have a lot of cities, so getting +7 to all yields essentially in all cities is nice. Now, probably not the best choices because there are some other ones. Oh, nice whoever done the organization here actually. They used to just be randomly scattered around. So we've got communism, gold cost of investing in buildings reduced by 25%. It's quite a lot because you can already get a couple of cost reductions. 20% production on building wonders, not really that useful. There's not so many wonders left to build. And you're already going to have like percentage bonus probably to production anyway. 200 spy points, 125 gold when you identify a foreign spy, scaling of 0. I mean, that's quite a lot of science because you're going to be in modern era probably, so 625 science, 2 extra spies. Sorry. Yeah, I guess encourages you to have spies doing counter spying. Unfortunately, counter spying doesn't give you a lot, so I suppose when you have the National Intelligence Agency or whatever, you already get some bonuses. We can check that out. It's quite late though, you get that at computers. Spy missions give bonus. Identifying an enemy spy, you already get 100 science and gold. So yeah, I guess if you're a leader, you can do some counter spying if you don't have any reason to spy on people, but there's always good reasons to spy on other people. You've got you can do the quest to steal 15% of their money. AIs like to sit around with honestly like 20-30k gold sometimes. I'm sure one of them will have a ridiculous amount, like Morocco, so you can steal insane amounts of gold with that spy mission sometimes, and stealing a great work is generally pretty useful as well. Or you can kidnap specialists if you're going tradition and you want some bonus in your capital. Oh really? Wow, that was quick. I mean, when you go in with ironclads, they had a Vanguard ironclad and it must have just smacked it down. Damn, bro. Maybe they managed to piece out with... They pieced out with Siam as well, who was like making their life difficult. If Japan can do some... It's on if Japan can conquer China. They will get so much culture. They're up to 2 autocracy policies. They still got the free one to get from Prora. They should be pretty safe on getting that one. Yeah, man. We're rooting for Japan here, I think. Or I am, at least. Hero of the People, yeah, pretty nice. Definitely would be one I would want to take if I'm going for science victory or culture victory, I guess. Oh wow, this is a tier 1 policy now, so 20% in or adjacent to a city. I suppose that is enemy or friendly. When you conquer a city for the first time. Wow, fully... Oh my god. What a policy. What a... That is an insanely good policy. Obviously, if you're doing land warfare generally, D44s, 34s are powerful, man. Tanks in general are powerful. T34s, any upgraded tank is pretty damn good. Let's check this guy out. 82 combat strength, 5 movement, armor plating 1, mobility. Does that mean they get 6 movement then? Why would you give them the mobility promotion? That doesn't really make sense. Just give them the movement that they should have. Anyway. But yeah, this is a unique tank. 7 extra combat strength, mobility. I mean, yeah. Like I said, tank's already good enough. This guy's bonus, the fact that you're going to get a full heal from them. Wow. I mean, you could sweep the whole freaking planet with these guys if you know what you were doing in like 20 turns probably. Okay, let's continue on the policy discussion though. Patriotic War. East Landbred, yeah, no, I mean the building maintenance actually can be significant later on, so that's probably the main reason I would take that. Pre-military academies, public schools, +5 culture. I mean, he already had his military academies built, so it's not that useful. Basically +5 culture per city. It's okay, but probably one you can skip. Workers' faculties, very useful. Like I said, that free factories is free from coal requirement. 10% science is obviously nice, and helping you build your factories. Generally, that would be, I would go that first, and then depends what I'm trying to do. If I'm trying to war, I'd obviously go for this. If I'm trying to do great people, I would go for that. If I'm super wide, I would go for probably, oh no, that one I was thinking of is actually in the second tier. I don't know, these are definitely all kind of situational. Like, do you actually want to keep growing your cities? Not always. Yeah. I would take this one first generally, and then situational on the others. I'm surprised he didn't go for this one first, because he hasn't even unlocked research labs yet. So he could have got 5 free research labs right now, which is, you know, earlier, you get your science going, you don't have to build 100% production to the other ones once you get to the tech as well. Generally, you can get this policy before you actually get to research lab tech, so that can be a quite common thing. Tourism, okay. Obviously, only if you actually need it. That's good for a wide empire. Generally do like this one if you've got a unique improvement. Yeah, +3 production on all of your unique improvements is going to be a lot of tiles, and then 20% as well. You can have a lot of production. Giant leap forward, that's been moved. That used to be a tier 3. 1 free tech. Spies gain plus 100% science. Okay, so that's like the passive science bonus that you get for having a spy in a enemy city. 1 science for every 3 non-specialist citizens. I guess that's like +5 science generally per city, something like that late game. It's okay. The 1 free tech, I suppose, this is more situational now. I don't think spies are usually giving you a lot of science from what I can remember. But if you play into it, maybe if you leave spies in the biggest cities in the world for a while, I think you get like 20% bonus at max level, so like max spy network size, so 40%. I guess it's a thing. But this used to be like 2 free techs and a scientist. It used to be insane, like, for helping you get to the space victory. Yeah, nationalization, so depends on what you are doing. You need vassals, really. But if you have a wide empire, all of your offices count as franchises. That's going to be pretty good this game. It takes a while to get up to max franchises anyway. Some of these guys have like 20 cities, I think. Incans have 15 at least, so they'll get free. Well, actually, they don't have a corporation, so hopefully they don't pick this policy, but it would be good. And obviously, if you have vassals, you can still spread to the vassals. I think this allows you to get a lot more franchises than you normally would have, because the offices franchises don't count towards your franchise limit, and then you can have the extra franchises in your vassal cities, if you have enough vassals to do that, I guess. New cities have +3 pop. I don't tend to take this. I guess you do get the bonus from the new citizen. Like, I think once you have research labs and stuff, you get quite a big science bonus, as well as like, there's a few different buildings that give bonuses whenever you grow a city. So the 2 free citizens can be quite a big amount of yield that you get in one go. Yeah, a lot of these tier 2 ones are not great. Academy of Sciences is amazing, and then the other ones are... I guess I would probably normally take 5-year plan after that. Maybe Great Leap Forward, depending on the timing of it. I'm trying to get a certain tech. Nationalization can be good. You have the right. Corporation to it, because not all corporations work the same way. Some of them work better with more franchises than others. Yeah. The resources are randomly distributed on this map. Not particularly regional. Okay, the tier 3 ones, yeah, Iron Curtain. Big increase in food and production from internal trade routes. Sure, I suppose you end up probably doing production internal trade routes to help you. Build spaceship parts or stuff later on. Okay, what is this? Propaganda process. Wow. Interesting. I guess if you need some tourism, it's a nice nice little utility that you've got there to choose that. Spaceship flight pioneers, yeah, I mean, super powerful this one. 100 science for every great person. Scaling with era, again, that's going to be 500-600 science. It's double the University of Sancor bonus. Hurrying production of engineers, 50% more effective, and you can now finish spaceship parts with great engineers. And you get a free engineer and a scientist. Kind of an insanely good policy if you think, like, compared to these. It's so much better than them. Yeah, I guess I would almost always go for this first. Even if you're not trying to go for the spaceship victory, still 600 science for every great person that you use is a lot. And you do tend to want to use your engineers to build some wonders later on anyway. Yeah, love that policy. Make sure we've not missed anything too big. I mean, that we already knew about. Shanghai has fallen. Seen that. Quebec conquered by the Incans. Yeah, I mean, I would have thought it would end up in Incan hands. They're the ones closest to it who have the best chance of holding it, but... Oh my god, Japan in the lead. Let's go. They're up to 3 policies. We definitely want to see what policies they've taken. And see if they've managed to make any progress on Beshvalik. They have not. They kind of getting into Beijing though. He's just given up. He's not producing anything. It's just fuck this, bruh. He's got a lovely army here. I mean, why produce anything? Why? Why produce things when you can just lie around on probably a lovely beach? Some lovely landscape around. I'm sure Hawaii is a very nice place. I've been there. Okay. Japan, man. I need you to step up a bit. It's a shame Beijing isn't coastal. Is North Sentinel, is that a place where they just have like, it's an island defended by like javelins and archers or something in the 20th century? Yeah, I could just delete them, to be fair. Be interesting to see if somebody goes and conquers it anyway, though. Oh, did they release this? What has happened there? London is safe. Rome is actually falling, though. Finally. At war with Sweden, Greece, Spain, Netherlands, Morocco, the Incans, Portugal. Basically, it's just Portugal. Thought it could be Venice doing something to them, but not really. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Polynesian turn is taking long. Wait, what? Oh my god. Please relax in Nanjing, Japan. Just relax. You don't need to do anything crazy. Oh, really? Is it like a Pacific island? Fair enough. It's quite funny that they're being protected by people that they don't even know exist. Maybe the Earth is being protected by aliens we don't even know exist as well. Oh, fair enough. I guess Japan could vassalize China now if they want to. Potentially Mongolia could as well, though. They're only 52 war score there. I wish Japan had just done one person at a time. If they had just been at war with China, then Mongolia would be attacking Xi'an right now. China would be distracted over there. Pyrameses. That was down here, I believe. Was I wrong about that? My God, you can't keep getting killed by bobs, guys. Oh, that was the Siam one. There's a lot of bobs in Antarctica. Really? But surely they're not allowed. I mean, so people are allowed to go there, but they have like certain rules about what they can do and not do, I guess. And missionaries should be like the last people allowed there. Has anyone seen the Batman movie with the penguin? What was the bad guy? Was he actually called the penguin? But either way, there was a lot of cute penguins in the movie. They were like the bad guys' soldiers were penguins. Rome, you're gonna die. I need to remember to check out the policies of Japan next time they come around as well. I'm not going to bother trying to pause the game as them anymore because it's just causing too much fuckery. Pakal has declared war on Hiawatha. That's not good. Just gonna make Incan's life easier. They're at war with Iroquois and the Aztecs, and they have generally been at war with the Mayans. They're not right now, though. Sure. Religion somewhat stabilizing. Protestantism still growing. Eastern Orthodoxy not really able to. I'm gonna get him this time. Please? Okay. Elite forces, yeah, so there is that policy that gives the bonus experience and 50% experience from combat. So they have Brandenburg Gate as well, so I don't think they have Teocallis, but they're gonna have plus 90 experience for new units. Yeah, it is 100 if you have the Teocalli, so you can get straight into range and blitz and things like that. But yeah, nice policy for them. Yeah, I mean, he's always going to be at war. Resting point for city-states, I mean, that's kind of useless. I don't know, maybe he does need the military supply, I'm not sure. He took martial spirit. Maybe that helped him conquer a bit. It's a little bit early for that. I would have liked to see him wait till he had tanks or something to take that. Raising speed is double. Don't do it, bruh. Yeah, autocracy is a pretty specific policy tree. Very useful for helping conquer, obviously. Not super useful for anything else. I think it does have some tourism, but not a lot of science in particular. So elite forces, yeah, obviously I don't mind that. If you want to build some more units, get some more XP from combat too. I believe the oil monopoly. "25% oil monopoly gives +2 XP after combat as well." Yeah, you can level up your units pretty quickly later on if you have both of them. Yeah, he's not really doing much for Marshall. I mean, I guess he's got his melee units around there, but he should be using the range ones. I don't know if, does it count on, would it count for melee boats as well? Because melee boats are very, very powerful. Futurism strengthens tourism of historic events. Culture from great works. Tourism from a conquering city. Yeah, it's nice. Little bit of a culture bonus. Tourism from historic events. Generated by the palace? I don't know what that means, really. Are they not all generated by the palace? It's a specific to historic events. I mean, historic events are a big part of tourism output late game because you're getting a lot of great people. Every time a great person is born, whenever you build a wonder, some other historic events you get, I think, from trade routes and things like that. So a significant amount. Doesn't say how much it strengthens them by, but yeah. I guess this can be useful. This one caught me out once, actually, because it was me versus somebody, and we both had like 3 vassals, and he suggested global liberation, and I was like, well, that doesn't even affect me that much, it's going to affect him. Passed it, and then he's got freaking Iron Fist, he didn't lose his vassals. I was like, damn, I actually just got played by an AI. Absolute scenes. I think it was on stream too. Yields from city-states increased by 25%. Okay. Vassal extra yields. Sure. Sure. Excess happiness too. This can be a problem late game, so yeah. Lebensraum. Oh my god, what a policy. Ridiculous. Wait, what? Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, it got changed. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? What? Okay, ignore this. This is irrelevant. But citadels may also be built in foreign territory adjacent to your borders. So it used to be that you could only build them in your territory, but they claimed 2 tiles. Now, you can build them in enemy territory? What the hell, bruv? So it's kind of the same, really. I guess you get slightly less land, but you can still essentially grab 2 tiles when you normally can only grab 1 with a Great General. Great General's already powerful enough. These are ridiculous. Like, if you're anywhere... Because when you can move 2 tiles at once, it allows you to... like, infinitely Great General. You know, if you've got authority, you can buy, like, 3 or 4 Great Generals. You probably spawned 4 or 5 during the game anyway. Like, you have enough Great Generals to do this. You can general in from max border range to somebody's capital in 3 generals. I guess now you won't have so much of their land as you would before. Before you would like totally eat their entire borders. Now you'll just have a 3-wide sliver, I guess. And it's going to be harder to do it because you're going to have to get your general into their territory. Probably going to lose movement points when you do that. Defend them for a turn and then move them next turn before you could like general all the way in one turn if they have roads that you can general along. So it's slightly nerfed, but I mean it's still going to be insanely good for cracking like more difficult AIs. Like last game when, as France, Russia had Red Fort and a bunch of defensive bonuses, but we could have just taken Lebensraum and it would have totally negated the Ostrog bonus that she had, and could have got to her capital easily. Military Industrial Complex is also really good. I generally end up taking this one early because money can be a struggle if you have a lot of units and playing as authority, so the reduced cost is very nice. And it's quite a lot of science. Every defensive building, you're going to have probably 4 in each city by this point. Citadels, forts, unique improvements. It's a good amount of science, yeah. This, I end up taking this normally as well. Basically 6 culture and 10 production in your cities. 100% quicker. I wouldn't normally build constabularies and police stations. Probably police station in like the capital, but yeah. And distress reduction, that you almost always have distress, so also useful. United Front, yeah, I don't normally take this one. I guess if you really want to get those militaristic city-state gifts, if there's a unique unit you want or something. Rare that there's a good one late game, but that's probably the main reason I would take that. So but the problem is the other ones are so good, so I would normally take like this or Lebensraum first, maybe Elite Force if I'm still building up the army, Futurism if I need tourism. This is good if you've got vassals, like they're actually and this is like generally an okay policy, so there's a lot of good policies in the tier 1 of autocracy, and you can actually take 6 of them by the end of the game, I think, so do get to choose most of them. Got to be a bit more selective about the tier 2 ones, so you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 choices, but you can only take 4 of them, and obviously it depends which one you want first. Lightning Warfare normally find to be pretty useful. Gunpowder units, you know, that's all of your Fusiliers and infantry and stuff. Armored units, 15% attack and +1 movement. Pretty damn good. I guess that kind of is similar to this in terms of the T-34s have an extra movement and like 10% combat strength. I'd rather have the flat combat strength than the percentage because you're already going to have quite a lot of percentage bonuses to combat, probably with quite a few levels on your unit, so I prefer the flat bonus that you can then add percentages onto. But yeah, it's a nice little bonus. Can be useful. Mare Nostrum. I guess we'll look that up. I don't remember it. Make sure. You don't really use your ranged units for attacking cities anyway, because the melee units do so much more damage. I guess if you really need oil and coal. I think there's another one that gives more. There used to be, at least. Obviously you use this at the right timing if you really need it. Pointless. Syndicalism, yeah, do I understand what this really does? 5 additional franchises. Corporate franchises count double in the cities of civilizations you are least popular with. So I guess you can get a lot more franchises. Always tough with getting franchises in foreign cities because if they take order, then you end up losing them all. when they get booted out when they take nationalization. I suppose this seems like more of a win more than something that's gonna help, but maybe if you have a couple of franchises in someone who's least popular with you're least popular with, and the way that it counts that I think is by the tiers. So if you I don't know who we are. Okay, this is the Incans. So everybody who they have exotic tourism with, their franchises count for double. So yeah, that's what I mean, that it counts anybody who's in like whatever your lowest tier is, and then if there was no exotic ones, then it would be everyone who's in the familiar level. That's how it used to be at least. So unless somebody's changed that. Third alternative, yeah, so strategics, including paper. Oh my god. Definitely need that paper. Gold maintenance of units, hell yeah. Okay, nice policy. Obviously, if you need the strategics, very useful, and the gold maintenance, pretty likely to be useful. Production to land units, war score, somewhat pointless, I would say, but maybe you can use it to get some vassalize somebody that you couldn't normally. But tier 2, yeah, lightning warfare, I like martial spirit, pretty good at a certain moment. I guess you could take total war as well, and probably third alternative is generally what I would take. I mean, assuming that you're trying to conquer people, you know, if you're trying to somehow do some peaceful thing where you use your corporation to win, maybe you do want syndicalism, but autocracy bonus is generally for somebody who's still conquering, not like somebody who's conquered before and now wants to chill. Air supremacy, free airport, pretty nice. That increases your air capacity by 4 in each city, is the main bonus that it gives, and you can airlift units. This is something you can get before you actually have the ability to build airports as well, so pretty big bonus there actually. Can build zeros, I don't think they're that useful, I'm not going to go into them. Planes is always hard to really quantify how useful they are, because they can be very good, but they can be totally useless. And it kind of changes with the patches quite a lot as well. Bullying city-states no longer reduces influence, but generally the bombers are more powerful than the fighters, I would say. Bullying... Okay, I mean, it's a cool bonus. I find it unlikely that it would be useful, but like, would you really go for autocracy if you're trying to do Diplo stuff? I don't think you would. So I think you'd take freedom 10 times out of 10 if you're trying to win diplomacy. Unless you need to conquer somebody as well. 50% tourism, yeah. 50% of your highest war score with that civ, by the way, is how that works. Free great person as well. Obviously, if you need the tourism, like, autocracy does have a couple of tourism bonuses, so it's reasonable for going like a conquering into tourism victory. But yeah, probably not good enough that you would take it unless, like I said, you're still conquering. If you finish conquering, then I'll probably transition to freedom or even autocracy to get tourism that way. Okay, Siam actually declared war on Japan. That could be kind of a mistake from them. Japan conquered Medan. They've got a big fleet. They shouldn't be too far off. Try and check out what tech they're actually on when it's next their turn. see how close they are to getting the Yamatos. Nuclear fission needed. If they took Lebensraum, they could be generaling that right now, but clearly they didn't. They're actually not golden aging right now. Okay, quite a way off nuclear fission actually. Still researching combustion. Okay. They took Lebensraum. Bruh. Use the general. What are you doing? You were there. You were there. Do they know how to use it? I just want them to win. But okay, go and use your navy, conquer some cities down here. I mean, 44 combat strength. Ironclad will absolutely wreck that. Imperialism, they got the nice imperialism bonus policy as well. It gives bonus strength to wounded naval and air units. Copenhagen land has been overtaken by Amsterdam here. Russia dying as well, somehow. I thought they were vassalized by Sweden. Maybe somebody else got them. Vassal of the Huns, oh dear. Persepolis is still alive though. Very surrounded, and they are rocking a trebuchet, and it's actually only 1655, but you know, these guys are using riflemen and machine guns, so I don't think your Treb is going to do that much, and artillery. Landships 2. Cristo Redentor coming out for the Incans. They are now 7 policy techs ahead. A couple of policies ahead too. We should also try and see where they're up to. Destroyers. Rather powerful unit that is. I mean, these Yamatos are so late, man. A ranged boat at this stage in the game, they need to be like freaking ridiculously powerful. 60, 75, 65, 85. Okay. Okay, you get admiral points. That is useful, to be fair. Armor plating as well. I mean, they are pretty good. They are pretty good. Do you get to upgrade them again? You do. Oh, yeah, we saw they took Lebensraum actually. Maybe we should turn the tech again. I missed it. I did not miss it. They have corporation, they have replaceable parts, they're building combustion. That's good if they go ballistics and combined arms. They really don't, well, I guess they probably will want to go fission, but I'd rather see them just get some tanks and go ham. The power of Portugal helping them actually. And I guess they've somehow avoided war with Ottomans. I don't know if Ottomans and Portugal are secretly friends. Yeah, they are friends. Okay, that's going back and forward. Carthage has been so passive this game as well. I'm surprised. Wow. Did you see that? Incans were on like 4,000 science per turn. Okay, it's over. It is over. They must have taken that free. Research that policy, or maybe they've just teched it, to be fair, and built them. Holland researching economics. Brazil researching scientific theory. Zulu's on replaceable parts. That would be pretty good for them. Let's see. Oh, do they need to take out Buenos Aires first? I guess. Beshbalik is kind of low. There was a host vote. And check out Japan's tourism. It's exotic with everyone, or a lot of people. Would have thought it'd be increasing quite a lot. Everyone voting for Carthage and Morocco, interestingly. I guess those two have been like pretty passive and nice. They're not like Japan and Incans are kind of drawing all the hate from everyone. Okay, yeah, researching combustion. Sure. Beshbalik is falling. They conquered a city-state somewhere as well. Buenos Aires is about to fall. Damn, bruh. The Japanese Empire. They're doing Japan stuff. I could do that actually, yeah. I don't know if I could annul. I don't know if I could annul all the other wars, but I could definitely get them to all declare war on Incans. They wouldn't do shit though. So far away. Take Japan like 20 times to get there. What are you thinking about Suleiman? How is your yield so low, man? Kinda had some high hopes for you. Just go and take Athens. The Polynesian slingers and workers. They would certainly be there. I wonder if he's like explored the whole world with his Pathfinder. So he does have the ocean influence, so can go and see everything. Global War Games they actually proposed a reasonable resolution and everybody made it. It's kind of funny. Are you thinking, bro? Are you just trolling me right now? Greece would send their slingers as well, and their warrior. After this, I'm gonna spend a few weeks streaming some different games. I believe the first game will be Balatro. Second game, probably some strategy game. I'm not sure which one yet. Might try a new one. But yeah, peace out, man. Thank you for joining. We'll try and grab the text screen when we next go past Pashakuti. Hastings. No. See, conquest actually can happen a lot quicker now in late game. Now they've got ironclads and very high XP on their units as well whenever they make them new. Ironclads with Blitz, ironclads with Vanguard do significant damage. A lot easier for them to conquer with boats than it is for them to conquer with land units as well. Just kind of less maneuvering and stuff to do. They don't have to try and get like siege weapons in position that they kind of suck at doing. It's just hit with the boats. They'll do the trick. Brother, don't troll me again. What are you doing? Cheers, man. Have a good one. I would assume my next stream will be Wednesday, if you're around. So, man, they're holding up this whole shit. We've got 40 civs waiting for you to make your move. Like 1,000 units waiting on you. Fucking hell, bro. Okay, we'll go turn back then. I don't know, maybe this was a bad patch. Maybe I should have done... I don't know if this was on one of the beta patches actually, or one of the stable releases. Should definitely do AI games on the stable releases. Maybe we've got to do a special game for Germany next time as well. He's been excluded from the big boy table on this one. Do a Europe game and let him conquer Europe. Every German's dream come true. Okay, did go 5-year plan. Peace, land and bread. Communism, I think he already had those, so he took to communism next. I guess that's actually, I mean, that's pretty good. Cost of investing reduced and 20% production when building wonders. Did take 5-year plan second, which is the second best of the tier 2 ones. He does have unique improvements, so it's going to help him. $10 production on that tundra terrace farm there. Doesn't actually have that many terrace farms. Guess he built a lot of other stuff on hills, which you shouldn't do if you're the Incans. And then yeah, this is either like mountains or flat in South America. Really, there's actually not a lot of hills compared to some of the other places. I feel like there's more hills in Africa. Maybe there's not so many. There's quite a few hills over here in Asia. Okay, next turn we'll grab the tech tree and see which techs he's gone into. He is on 59, so he's actually already into Atomic Era. I was going to say he's probably close. Carthage remains host, we knew that. Hastings, yep. Japan gonna conquer a lot of stuff. Let's just bring your units in. It's nearly dead. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean they have the bonus attack right now on the melee unit, so maybe he's just smacking Beshbalik with them, to be honest. I think he did lose his field gun that turn though. He retreated it at least. Maybe just vassalize Japan and then conquer Mongolia. Ottomans, if you fucking ruin this game, you're gonna piss me off. You're not even doing it, you've done nothing. You'll do nothing, but you've somehow decided you want to be the one to fuck this up. Brother. Okay, I've taken a drastic measure. Click the IGE button. Interesting. Well, that hasn't done anything, has it? Good luck with that. He's coming back, man. He's actually gonna win the game, I'm pretty sure. Okay, we're Siam. Oh my god. I think we actually got past the turn. Wow. Suleiman, brother. Get your shit
Selamlar.
together.
Dinliyorum.
But who even am I right now? If he says yes, who am I? I'm not a player.
Dinliyorum.
Well, just please don't. I guess maybe I'm Bismarck. Okay, let's see the fall of Buenos Aires. Oh, let's check the tech. He's built Cristo Redentor, sure. I think I got that second time. Okay, so he's just completed Modern Era. Now he's going for Atomic Era for refrigeration. 6 turns per tech. Info Era is quite long now, but yeah, I mean, he's only looking at 12 turns per tech right now, and his tech's going to go up. He does have plastic, so he's probably built research towers the normal way. I do like medical labs at this point. 50 science for every population in city, so that's like 1k science per city when you build it. 50 science every time you gain a citizen. These are not that great. They give tourism, I guess, but the main thing they're really good for is the media culture, which is a freedom policy, so they won't have that. They want to get to computers, really. Bletchley Park, actually, a very good wonder. +1 science to scientists in all city. The free research lab is ridiculous. Why would you not have built a research lab at this point? It's 2 entire tech trees, you know, levels behind plastics. Oh my god. Did not expect that. Let's go back to autoplaying. How about that? Hey, we were talking about techs. I mean, to be fair, we haven't even done the modern era ones, so it's a little pointless talking about the atomic era ones. Basically, they're not that good, though. The military units are great. Tanks, T-33s. The bomber units can be pretty good. Military bases, very big defense bonus you get from that. You can also get strategic defense systems, that's plus extra city strength, airstrike defense, and nuke defense as well. Counts as a building for Defender of the Faith. So does this. Bletchley Park, okay, 200 spy points, security in all cities. I guess that works quite well with his the order policy where you get bonus from detecting foreign spies. It's actually not very good. This used to be better. I think it used to give you a great scientist or something as well. I don't rate it that highly, as is, to be honest. But I guess that's good for nerfing rationalism because it was already the strongest. Got the motherland calls. God, maintenance from buildings. I mean, sure. 100% military supply from population in that city. Something. I always find the atomic era very underwhelming in general. But yeah, if you're trying to conquer stuff, the units are a pretty good increase. And you do get nukes, I guess. Maybe that's something I'm overlooking. I don't normally use them, but I guess they are there. I can't imagine much nuking happening in this game. Maybe Japan will nuke some people, but nobody else. Like, none of the other Like Incans, they don't have anyone to nuke really, unless they're going to start nuking the mines or something. But yeah, they wouldn't actually achieve that much with the nukes. We should have spoken about modern era though. I was talking about how some of the industrial era wonders are amazing. Some of the modern era ones are amazing too. Whatever ideology you want, you really do want that free policy. As I always say, policies are kind of a stacking bonus. So if you can get a free policy, it's going to help you get another policy as well. Hey, Cyric. Why you gotta have a hard name like that? I actually did do that. I gave some text to one of the civs and it didn't unbug them. Not sure why they are bugged. But yeah, these the wonders that give the free policy are very powerful. Aurora is maybe the most useful one, though it is later on. Statue of Liberty bonus is quite nice as well. Don't really find this to be too useful, but 33% production for armored units just in this city. Why is this so bad? one unhappiness from distress. I mean, you get the free policy anyway, so that's great, but yeah. It's weirdly no other effects. Empire State Building, free great person, of course. Gold, 1 gold from every specialist as well. It's a nice one, and Cristo Redentor. Not something I normally am that bothered about, but it does give tourism if you need that. I say the key text, yeah, corporations. So we should go for each of the corporations. You want to make sure you get your corporation depending on if somebody else is competing for it. Each corporation has a few resources that monopolies you need to build it. So always good to check which monopolies you have, which monopolies the other people who are ahead of you or similar to you on tech have, to see if you need to rush for corporations to get your corporation. Even if you're not competing, you might want to just get it ASAP so you can start building, start getting the franchise out and the office bonuses. Yeah, we'll go through the corporations in a sec. Combustion is a great tech. Also, land ships are a big combat bonus from lancers. The armor plating and obviously the combat strength generally, if you can get there before people have arsenals, but even they can kill cities with arsenals, but yeah, if you can get there before someone gets arsenals, they're in big trouble. This is the point in the game where you can basically start just spamming, like just overwhelming your opponents with units, just surrounding their cities with land units and smacking them. Kind of makes ranged units feel a bit unnecessary because they just do so much less damage than the tanks. But you do need oil. Big deal to find the oil a bit earlier and get it online as soon as possible so you can build land ships if you're going for this. Yeah, if you're going military, you definitely would go combustion. Ballistics can be nice if you do have a lot of artillery that you want to upgrade and for some reason it's hard for you to get through with the tanks, but realistically the land ships are a lot more powerful than the artillery. I would just try and get oil and get them. Corporations can actually give you some oil if you need some, but if you're not going for military, then yeah, get whatever wonder gives you the free policy. Make sure you get Empire State Building if you can. I like to time World's Fair around this time and then use the Empire State Building with a writer, but if not, just a writer generally or a scientist is pretty good. And then radio is a big tech. Broadcast towers allow you to just reading the stuff about religion there. They allow you to theme works of music. You probably have a few works of music built up, so it's nice to be able to get them themed. Probably get plus 30 tourism and culture from theming 2 sets of works of music, and these also just give half a culture and tourism for every citizen in your city. Broadway is a nice wonder. If you took industry, you get to theme 3 works of music, and you get 250 culture scaling with era for every building, which in this era is 1,250 culture for every building you build. Quite a lot. And a free musician. Really good wonder there. Can't forget about flight, the first ability to buy bombers and triplanes and stuff. I mean, I'm not too sold on them. Probably more they're better for defense than offense, and obviously they're a bit more flexible. You can use them against land units, sea units. The way to use airplanes is you need to have more triplanes than your opponent, so you can do air sweeps and have your triplanes also take down enemy planes that are in the sky. That's the best way of killing enemy planes, is with your own fighters doing interception is the one. But also when you're on offense, you want to use your fighters to sweep to get through their interceptors, so then you can use bombers. Sometimes bombers are very useless though, because some AIs like to build 1 million anti-air units, so you just never really get to use them. But sometimes if they've got no anti-air units, they're amazing. That's why I find planes quite hit or miss, I guess. Whereas tanks are, land ships are a bit more of a solid choice. But the planes can do stuff over water, which the tanks can't do, so they have uses in naval warfare as well. Mongolia declaring war on people. So that's fair. That's fair. Should have seen that. Good day to you, sir. Japan finally took Beshblik. I think I've been waiting for that for about 1,000 years. I wanted them to take it much earlier so they could snowball a bit better earlier on. But I guess we can't complain. They did get it eventually. That will give them a lot of great general points. So probably give them some more musicians, writers and artists. I'm sure they've been doing some conquering with the boats as well. Okay. Siam actually started building defense there, so it's pretty strong. Maybe they did manage to fend off some of the boats. There's a lot of boats floating around in the region though. Did they send... Okay, a lot of them came down here. They're attacking here as well. He really wants to control the whole Pacific, and I don't blame him. Is he still at war with China, or did he vassalize them? It's vassalized China. Finally, maybe that's why he finally managed to make progress into Mongolia. Really should use a general here as well. I'm sure he's got to have a few of them, unless he's been wasting them on bullshit. I think he's been wasting them on bullshit. Maybe he used one to help get Beshblik, I guess. I mean, I did always have some belief that Japan, I mean, they haven't caught up really. Like, they're 6 techs behind. And they're not going to catch up on tech. The only way they can win is through tourism, which I don't see happening because they didn't have enough tourism with anyone. They need to get influential with every civ, and for example, Incans have a lot of culture every turn from having 15 cities that are all pretty good. It's got 26 cities as well. It's a big tourism modifier. Minus 100% with every civ because they've got too many cities. They need to use a musician. And I mean, they're not going to conquer the world, so the world is too big. I'm not even sure I could conquer the world on this map. But yeah, they're literally getting 0 tourism with most of the civs. They should have puppeted some of those cities at least. I think then it wouldn't contribute to the empire size penalty thing. Tourism. Novgorod still somehow alive. Rome still somehow alive. London still somehow alive. Athens finally falling. Oh my god. They finally stopped being best friends with Portugal. Don't do this crap where you just don't use a melee unit. Same thing happened with Copenhagen up here. Venice just had a whole army of ranged units. Didn't have a single melee unit to take the city. Ottomans do have some, so you would hope they'll get the job done. Australia is under siege from the Japanese. I mean, they should be getting... Okay, they're just gonna raise it. It's too crap. Because it's not technically an original capital, because I had to settle it with Persia, they can raise it. Okay, did I finish my speech on tax? I think I did. You know, modern era ones, very... Oh no, we're going to go through corporations next. Then, yeah, we kind of spoke about atomic era. It's mostly good for military units. Obviously nukes if you really need them. But most of their economic bonuses are not that great. Information era, there is a lot of amazing wonders in information era though. So it kind of goes the other way. Well, not a lot, but the ones that are there are pretty big. Corporations. Unfortunately, there's not going to be a lot of corporations this game. Let's talk about them anyway. So, Centaurus extractors, 3 production for every global franchise, production from sea tiles, sure. Trade routes, grant 10% science to the origin city. So, if you have a lot of flat science in your city, you send all the trade routes from that city out. So it kind of works with like a tool science empire, I guess. If your capital has a lot of science, you send all your trade routes from there, try and get the franchises, you can get plus 100% or even more science, depending on how many trade routes you have. And then all of your other cities will have plus production, which they probably need if you're in a tool empire. So kind of works. I wouldn't say this is a great corporation. Problem is, in order to get the franchises, you need to send trade routes to cities that don't have a franchise, so you're not actually going to be getting this bonus all the time. I think often the franchises are built like when the trade route finishes, so you'd have to send it to a city that already had a franchise and then you wouldn't be getting more franchises. Don't think the synergy works super well. Civilized Jewelers, quite a big fan of. 10% great person rate for every global franchise. Now, franchises, normally your franchise limit is around 25 to 30. Realistically, you can get up to like 20 franchises, so plus 200% great person rate. Particularly, I like this for a science victory, where you have scientists working in all of your cities, and then give them all plus 200% rate towards building those scientists. Yeah, you can get like a scientist from every single one of your cities late game. It's like you end up with more science than you can even do anything with. You can also use this to get more writers. It's the main one that's good late game. During the World's Fair, as we always talk about, Fire Site. But yeah, great one for tool empires and wide science empires. Fire Site. 2 science for every global franchise, 20% production when constructing buildings. So pretty good, like in all of your cities. You get up to however many franchises you get more science in every city. So again, works pretty well with a wide empire, helps them build all the buildings as well. Extra science as well from other stuff in your city, so quite a bit of extra science. Um, just trying to see if I missed anything. Bonuses, not really. Yeah, works nicely. Then the 50% additional science, so that applies to the trade route directly. Now, if you're behind on tech, you can have a trade route that will give like maybe 20 science, so plus 10 science per trade route. It's not a lot. More likely you're not even behind on tech, and then you can maybe have a plus 8, plus 10 science trade route with somebody if you're influential or dominant over them on culture. This doesn't really give a lot. But yeah, it does work better with the idea of getting lots of franchises, because you just, each city you send it to, it doesn't matter too much. Just try and get the bonus, but you get a bit of extra bonus science from the trade route itself. I suppose I think there is a policy that gives bonus from international trade routes. Not anymore. There used to be. There used to be a policy that gave like +4 science and culture to each trade route. Now this one's pretty similar to Fire Excite, but you get culture instead of science, and you don't get the production bonus to buildings in every city. But you get the 10% culture trade route from the city, so works pretty well with tall empires, where normally most of your culture is going to be focused in your capital, so you can like double your culture output from your capital. Pretty big deal. Pretty big deal. I'll say this is a lot more usable than this one. Definitely some games where this is a really good one, and all of your other cities, again, you can maybe get like 40 culture per city or something. Hexon Refinery, this is the one that gives oil and coal for every 3 franchises. If you really need these resources, then sure, go for it. Some production bonus to units and general production bonuses. I don't really need to talk through this one that much. If you need strategics, it's there. If you need production, it's there. If not, it's probably not the best one. Trader says, almost never go for this one. 4 gold for every global franchise. 25% extra gold from trade routes. Again, it's probably like 10 extra gold per trade route max. Maybe like 15 on a great day. It's not a lot. 4 gold for every global franchise. That's not as valuable as 2 science or culture for every franchise. Not even close really later on. Bit of extra gold on trade routes. I just don't think it's quite as good as the other ones. I would only take it if it was my only option. And 2k foods is totally different actually. So free food for every franchise, 10% food in the city. -1 unhappiness from all needs, and 5% empire size modifier in all cities. So every office that you build decreases your unhappiness from all needs. I don't know if that's in every city or just the empire size modifier in every city, but basically you can get rid of like all of your unhappiness, because if you can get your empire size modifier down much lower than it should be, that pretty much ends up reducing your unhappiness to 0. Yeah, I think it's been nerfed a bit, but it's still a big amount of unhappiness reduction. Allows you to, quite often late game you can't grow your cities, especially if you've been conquering. You have to be really careful with staying above 50% happiness. This ability allows you to grow all of your cities, and towards the end you are getting big bonuses from every time a citizen is born in your city, like science and culture and stuff. So this is one that where sometimes it's definitely the most powerful. I think I've got it in quite a few games. Got it in the France game because we had so many cities, and no way we were going to be able to be happy without this. Mostly it's there for happiness, but especially if you can get some bonuses from new citizens. Oh my god. Wow, okay. China got conquered by India. Japan conquered another Indonesian city. Greece fell. Yeah, we saw that. Another city. Oh my god. Wow. Chengdu is being traded between Mongolia and India. Sure. Oh, that's Japan's vassal, isn't it? So Japan's at war with Mongolia. She's got quite a nice army there. Equal on policies. Quite a few behind on techs though. Incans have got another tech. They're raising Beshvalik. I don't like that. Just general from here and take Karakoram, man. Stop raising these cities. But yeah, great that they're getting all these conquests with the founder belief. Gonna give them a lot of writers, musicians, artists. Still attacking this as well. They've stopped building defense there. They're trying to build an ironclad. Probably a mistake. An 86 war score of Indonesia. 48 with Mongolia, 20 with Siam. I wonder if they can get some more vassals. Maybe take Iron Fist. Get some pretty good yields from them. Seems like they will be able to get Indonesia as a vassal if they want. Assume there's no wonders to be taken from either of these guys. There's not. Mongolia on 47 techs. It's actually not too bad. Japan on 54. This guy's on 46. Kind of big jump there. Iroquois falling behind a lot. That's what happens when you don't go rationalism. They actually took freedom. Okay. That's good, we can talk about freedom then. Freedom, we have great person rate 33%. Decent, nothing special. Civil society can be very nice. 2 food less than normal. Yeah, very helpful. Often you are working a lot of specialists if you're going freedom. Unique improvements and stuff, giving bonus food. So this synergizes well with, I'm just going to go straight for the tier 2. This is what I often do aim towards this one. I like to aggressively grow the cities late game and take universal healthcare. Helps you get more policies. I mean, normally I'm kind of trying to get, if I'm freedom, I'm trying to get through the policies as quick as possible, get to the tier 3 ones and, you know, maybe get the enough policies so that I can win the culture victory. But yeah, so media yeah, okay, we'll come to that. Covert action, 100 spy points. Helps you get city-state allies, which you might well want. So if you're going for Diplo victory, you'll most certainly want freedom. Media culture, sorry, containment. 1 delegate for every 2 city-states in the world. So normally there's... Sorry, my maths was way off earlier. Normally there's 16 city-states in a standard game, so that's plus 8 votes. In yeah, I guess a huge game you'd have 24, so you get 6 votes from Palace of Westminster and 12 from Containment. This game, I think there was 24 city-states, so again, yeah, 12 votes from Containment. Very, very good policy. So yeah, also the ability to help get, this is actually a good way of getting city-state allies late game. You can leave some spies in them. I think the way riggings work is the longer you leave them there, the more influence they rig for you. You can get it to the point where nobody else can really take the city-state off you. You can kind of guarantee a few allies, especially if they're giving you something useful, like a good unit. So having the extra spy to do that and making them give bonus to the influence is nice. Also, the general plus 10 network points per turn is pretty good. Like I said, there's some pretty good missions that spies can do. The stealing money is amazing against the AIs. The stealing great works is useful. Covert actions, pretty good policy. Creative expression, always do like this one. You've got museums, broadcast towers, opera houses, and amphitheatres, so probably plus 12 golden age points and culture per city. Tourism from great works too, pretty strong. Draft registration, interesting one. Definitely have taken it before. Obviously, if you have a lot of gold, you want to buy units. You don't have great production, maybe. It's pretty good. Doesn't fit with the normal thing that you're doing as freedom, where you're probably more thinking about going for a tourism victory or a diplo victory. But I have taken it before. Obviously nice to just be able to buy some units and have them be strong straight away. Economic union, 2 extra trade routes. Main reason for taking this is for your corporation. Trade route slots also give you additional max franchises and help you build up the franchises because they come from the trade routes. Universal suffrage. Do you know what? I don't normally take this because I feel like it's quite easy to golden age the whole late game. Like by this point, you can get artists that give you enough golden age points to, yeah, keep you golden aging forever. You don't really need the bonus golden age length, and for it to be longer, maybe you could use it to help you if you really need a power spike in one moment. But I'd rather not take it because there's a few decent policies. Like I said, creative expression's pretty good. Covert action's pretty good. Civil society's pretty good. Avant-garde is okay. Economic union is always like reasonably good. I'd rather not take this if I don't have to, but I guess it's there if you need a quick bonus. Arsenal of Democracy. Pretty good. Like I said, if you're going Diplo victory, you probably want freedom, so it's a nice little bonus there. Capitalism I like a lot. The happiness helps you grow your cities more, works with universal healthcare, and like I said, there's are benefits from growing your cities a lot later in the game. Specialists giving science and gold. You probably have 4 or 5 specialists in each city, so it's a reasonable bonus. Both of them are good. New Deal's pretty good as well. It's probably not as powerful as you feel like it is. You always want to take it because you're like, hell yeah, let me buff up my landmarks and stuff. Realistically, you might have 5 or 6 academies, 3 towns, 4 manufactories, something like that at this point in the game. Yes, some holy sites and landmarks. Tourism on all of your... It's not spectacular, but it is a little bonus, you know. I do normally end up taking it. Self-determinism, great policy. 15 XP to all units, every single one of your units across the whole world. A little bit silly, really. Also nice to get the science for liberating a city and the influence, and they get the arsenal. So you can use it Again, it works quite well with the Diplo victory because one of the worst things that happens to you when you're trying to go for Diplo victory is all of your city-state allies getting killed. So you usually use this liberation to liberate the city-states, and then you get more votes, and they can defend themselves as well, and you get the bonus XP. You can use it to liberate random cities. Mostly I would do that just for the XP boost. But I guess you get influence with all city-states as well. Their finest hour. Yeah, if you're doing plain stuff, it's useful. The air unit slots make big difference. You can spam out more air units. Actually works quite well with draft registration, I feel like, because it's tough to build enough air units. And if you have air units, you want to have like overwhelming air power. So you want to have a lot of them. And being able to buy them full XP. The promotions on them are pretty good as well, so I'd rather not buy them unless I was getting full XP on them. You buy a bunch of planes, the air unit slot allows you to use them more. B-17 bombers are very powerful if you can get past the interceptions. Transnationalism. I don't really understand this policy. I guess when you have I don't know exactly how franchises work. I thought normally they get put in the city at the end of the trade route, but it's saying it's like a per turn thing, and this increases the per turn, so you get them quicker. I don't know that it really works like that. I don't know if you can just get franchises randomly as well, if you have to have a trade route. Maybe that's what this is referring to, and the trade route ones are kind of a fixed way of getting them. Every owned town that you have counts as a franchise is nice. Like I said, can probably have 3 or 4, maybe 5 if you're buying merchants. Extra franchises from this. They don't count to your franchise max as well, so allows you to get more. Universal healthcare, like I said, I really like it. The free hospital is good. That gives a bonus for citizen being born as well. And then, yeah, 250 culture whenever a citizen is born and start growing your cities big. I like it a lot. Containment, we get trade routes, give influence of city-states, helps you get the allies, lots of extra votes. Love that. If we're going for Diplo victory, kind of have to take freedom for that reason, because there's so many votes that you can't really get from any other source. Media culture is pretty good, gives culture and tourism, which we like a lot. Often you won't have the stadiums by this point though, so that kind of sucks that you don't get the full bonus. Sucks that we've crashed again as well. Final policy is spaceship procurements, I think, something like that. Allows you to buy the spaceship parts. Pretty useful actually, or invest in them, sorry, so you can get 50% production cost reduction in them. Definitely useful if you're racing for spaceship parts. And then I think it's like 10% science from research labs as well. So basically 10% science in all of your cities. Kind of helps with the science victory, but as we saw, there wasn't a lot of bonuses to science in there. Probably you get more out of going order generally. So I would be surprised if you're going for science victory with freedom. But yeah, a reasonably helpful policy there, if that's the way the game's gone down. I guess if you were going to do science victory with freedom, you'd be thinking about it helping you get more citizens. So you can get the bonuses from every citizen being born, the science bonuses from that, and get a lot of science in all of your cities. Maybe if you have the civilized jewelers, and then you can get a lot of franchises. Freedom can help you get like more franchises over time, and then you get a lot of scientists. The yeah, a lot of scientists to help you finish off the space victory. It's the dock outside the game. You mean those random ass files? Too many freaking files, man. I think this is gonna crash actually straight up. I don't know what that crash was. It probably wasn't a graphical glitch. It was probably some actual bug in the code because of the way that it crashed when I wasn't even looking at anything. The link doesn't show, what do you mean? Eight techs ahead. 6 policies. Let's see which ones Japan has taken. That's not very useful though. I mean, find with autocracy, the most useful ones are actually the tier 1 ones anyway. Oops, I'm forgetting tier 3 ones. Yeah, autocracy is very like top heavy, I guess. I feel like elite forces, yeah. Elite forces is great. Fist can be great. Futurism can be good. Lebensraum is amazing. Military industrial complex is great. New World Order's decent. United Front is like okay. Compared to some of the other ones where there's quite a few of the better ones in tier 2 there. And tier 3 as well. Same with Freedom. There's quite a few good tier 2 ones. Some decent, like, it's more spread out. Autocracy, you could literally just take the first few and then not even really bother with some of these later ones. I don't think that does anything. I think air supremacy is only good if you have a use for probably airlifting. Very great person, sure. Songhai trying to come back on the Zulus. Not gonna happen, I don't think. Muang Salang has survived. Have they peaced out? No, they haven't. They've just retreated. Maybe they'll go and attack this city instead. But they definitely had no chill with Indonesia. Then Pasar looks like it's going to fall next. Jerusalem falling too. China actually in on Hysia? I guess Mongolia is... It's not a great place for Mongolia to defend. They're also fighting against India. So is Japan though, and therefore China. We have a corporation! Yeah, we did say they're one of the only civs. There was only a few civs that actually had monopolies. This was one of them. I believe Siam and Indonesia were the others, though maybe, just maybe, Japan is getting their way towards one by conquering all of those cities. Truffles and cotton. Sorry. Cotton. No, they... Wait. This is from Japan's point of view, so they also have 4 truffles. So they could have built 2K foods, which probably would have been very helpful for them. Instead they get truffles, which unfortunately I think is the Trader Civ's one. It's not. Sorry, a cotton. Is it this? Georgia Amir, wow! They're gonna have even more culture then. And they have exotic influence of everyone, so... yeah. All of their franchises were counted as double. They actually built it. Okay, I'm blind. Well, not blind, but I wasn't watching. Fair enough, they have that. Unfortunately, I just don't... They can't fulfill their victory condition because they have too many cities, so they have literally 0 tourism with any of the civs that they need, obviously, to get influential of everyone. So it's like actually not possible. They need to use a musician. I don't think they're going to do that though. Lots of planes, yeah, no one can attack you. We know this. It would be great if you just stuck a city up here and attacked the Mayans, but you do you. You should have my Manhattan Project. He does have an atomic bomb there. Japan has 89 combat strength on the cities. Light tanks, so they should have some normal tanks too. There is a land ship in on Karakoram. And artillery actually... Okay, they don't have artillery yet, though they should. If you have machine guns, you have artillery, don't you? Yeah, you do. And the artillery having the 3 range, probably much more likely they'll be able to actually use them. Maybe you just can't afford to upgrade right now. I do want to see what policies they took and also what tax they took. When is it going to stop Japan? Just going to conquer every city around here. I love the fleet though. When they get to the Emotos, they will go hard. But yeah, I don't see how they're going to touch Incans. Like, how long would it take genuinely to send the boats across? Okay, 2, like 4 turns, 6 turns, 8 turns, 10 turns, 12 turns, 14 turns, 16 turns, 18 turns. Yeah, literally like 18, 20 turns to get here. And then they just get absolutely ruined by bombers and an atomic bomb, potentially. They did. We're gonna run out of insane names for Japan. When did they conquer that? And Indonesia's just not gonna do anything about that? They peaced out. Why? And they didn't take them as a vassal? Again, why? That's just bizarre. Hopefully he can focus on... Okay, now he's killing Zurich. My god. Okay, I mean, he got some more great people. Click that in time, come on now. What up, Nimble? He is building Bletchley. Don't think it's going to do a lot for him, but he is building it. Got airports everywhere. Glad to hear it, man. Hope you had a fun one. Stream's been a little bit painful, I'm not going to lie to you. Obviously the turns are quite long. Now, part of me would like to just leave it running, but it keeps crashing. So I can't do that. And doesn't seem to even be graphical glitches, it's just like weird stuff that happens. Sometimes it crashes, sometimes it just hangs on a player's turn forever, for no reason. Had to reload numerous times. Brazil actually reached ideology. Wow, Gandhi has full freedom. Okay, I didn't know he was that far through. It's quite a sad Christo Redemptor there, I have to say. I had to lower the graphic. Well, I lowered the graphic settings. I don't know if it's even made a difference, but I was hoping it would. Colossus still looks decent, to be fair. But yeah, I don't know, it could be because I don't know if this is like the decolonization that's reducing city-state influences, right? Global war games, well that is going to help Japan, I assume. Well, who's actually going to win? I don't know. Best manufactured goods is Japan, so you would assume they would win. It should get... Actually, the production requirement is going to be insanely high, because every civ is based on the number of civs in the game. I did actually have a thought that probably the only way somebody could beat the Incans is if they won Diplo. And I don't know how much the vote requirement is going to be for a Diplo victory. But, for example, if world ideology gets passed, there could be like 10 civs following the world ideology. Let's see if the AI goes all in on building the global war games as well. They kind of are. Why did you delete the city, man? It was... Why delete that city and not these random pieces of crap that you've conquered over here? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense to me. Or they just don't understand the value of like strategic city positioning. They deleted the city earlier that would have actually helped them get into Beijing. Now they've done the same thing for a city that would have helped them get Karakoram. Incan's not even really going for global war games. It's kind of interesting. Japan only needs the silver to get the bonus to there's the 25% attack bonus, but they've probably nearly run out of what they had from Martial Spirit or whatever it's called. Athens actually got liberated, in quotes, back to Persia, who originally founded it. Rome is alive as well. I can't believe that. They've got to be like 20 techs behind at this point. 39. Europe definitely stalemating. It'll be funny to see when they get nukes. Europe could be very screwed at that point. Depends if Iroquois and Shoshone are still friends as well. If they get nukes and they're not friends, that'll pop off. Japan and Incans are just not really that close to anybody that they would want to nuke. I suppose Japan could nuke people, but I don't know if he would bother nuking some of these places. Doesn't really need to, he's got so many boats, so he's making a meal of attacking Zurich. It's a problem, to be honest, that not enough kills happen. I feel like that was something that happened some patches ago, where AIs kind of forgot how to make full kills. They just do stupid stuff, like don't even use melee units to finish off cities and stuff like that. And like their unit positioning is pretty bad. Like they got no reason to beat units here. China's their vassal, they're under no danger. Just send the artillery forward, send tanks forward. Why not? And they actually are building the headquarters here, so I thought they already had the headquarters, they were building an office. So they are just about to get the corporation. Congrats. See what you can do against Tiflis. Nothing. But he moved his units forward though. Please upgrade this to artillery. Bro has the artillery tech, he's refusing to use it. Artillery would actually be so good for him. Oh man. Did do good damage to Zurich though. Sanctions. We need the United Nations or a world ideology or something. Freedom guys can work together. Maybe Carthage takes freedom too. India going hard on the global war games, 27% finished. It is a little silly how long each of these guys are taking for their turns. Most of these civs have like 2 cities. Shaka has more. To be fair to him, he's also got 33k faith in the bank. "64 tech, 7 order policies." I wouldn't really want to be at war with Japan if I was a city-state. If they accidentally end up at war with Wittenberg, Wittenberg is pretty dead. They're not actually building global war games enough. I mean, they should get the silver award, but I don't think they'll get gold. Guess it's not a big deal. Okay, he's getting another policy. Military industrial complex, nice. That will help him get some artillery as well. And some, that was a big science increase. Definitely the right policy there. Okay, land ships are on the front line. No artillery is still pissing me off, but land ships on the front line is a thing. 60% done. Probably Mongolia will get the attack bonus too. Quite a few civs will. Maybe Japan will still win it. Probably India will win it. Seems like they've all worked it. But no one else really did. At least no one reasonably powerful. Maybe Iroquois. Okay, Iroquois probably won it. They have insane production, so if they want to win it, they probably could. 2k food is nice for them as well. They just trap themselves though. If they're not going to war Pocatello, they got nowhere to go. So we're going to push all the way into England. They did conquer Hastings at some point, I thought. Unless that happened in one of the timelines that we had to backtrack on from a crash. Wow, they had so bad gold that they actually were having to lose science. They were totally bankrupt. Sydney Opera House, though, definitely a great wonder. You get a free policy, right? One free policy, 25% culture in the city. Some theme bonuses for musicians, not too relevant, but yeah. Free policy, always useful. Don't want to let anyone else get it as well. And going to satellites first generally is the choice, so you can get Apollo program. First to complete gets a free great scientist and a golden age. If you need golden age, which sometimes you do if you're going science victory, sometimes you won't have enough golden age points to golden age all the time, or you're waiting on an artist or something. Can be a useful thing to get the extra golden age there. Since it's got two really good ones, it's like if you're going science victory, you go satellites first. Maybe if you know you're not going to get it, then you could not bother and go for alternate energy or something instead. Go up for robotics. This is the tech that is really useful for the space victory. If you can get satellites first, go for that. Get the scientist. You'll kind of get back the science that you spent on taking satellites, which you need to take anyway. I think you can build these things without having the Apollo space program though. But yeah, you can build the Hubble Space Telescope, another free scientist, free spaceship factory, 25% production for spaceship parts, a lot of bonuses there. Spaceship factory is plus 25% science, so you kind of want them everywhere, even if you don't necessarily need to build the spaceship parts in all your cities, but yeah. One thing to be aware of this is it does take aluminium. Can be quite easy to use all your aluminium at alternate energy if you're not careful, so make sure you keep some for the spaceship factories that you want to build. Also has giant death robots on this tech, which are 125 combat strength, 8 moves. I believe Titanic gives perform a ranged attack, so they basically do more damage than it says they're going to do. The one thing they don't have is can attack multiple times. They can move after attacking, but you want to get blitz on them. Definitely want to go down the drill path and go for blitz. These guys are so powerful, they can kill multiple units per turn or smack a city multiple times. So robotics is kind of just the goat of techs in Info Era, to be honest. After that, we've got Great Firewall. I guess that can help if you're trying to stop someone from winning tourism. The power stations are good, but they're so late that it's hard to really get a benefit out of them. They will increase your processing efficiency by 10%, though I think one of them used to do more. I don't think it does now. But yeah, depends which tiles you have. This buffs the sea tiles, this buffs river and lake tiles, this buffs basically flatland tiles, though I guess hills too, but you need a desert next to it. Nuclear power station buffs great people and gives a bigger bonus to percentage production. Wind power plants, all tiles basically. Why would you choose this over this? I'm missing something here? Okay, this gives more to desert tiles specifically. But this gives more to like everything else. You can have that many desert tiles? I mean, maybe. What else have we got in info era? Honestly, not a lot. Now, if you're going for space victory, there's this stuff gives bonus tourism too. Actually, if you need a bit of a extra tourism kick, obviously CN Tower. This is National Wonder, I believe. Yeah, this is a National Wonder, not... Oh no, this is like just a upgraded hotel, basically. You build this in all the cities. One thing, I didn't really know that this was here before, and you get the +1 culture and tourism from landmarks, so they do end up giving quite a lot later on, if you have a bunch of cities. Extra trader as well, sure. Some military units, but I mean the giant death robot is way better than the others. You can upgrade tanks into giant death robots, I believe. Technically, you upgrade into modern armor and then into giant death robots. It's a bit of a weird route. So I suppose you kind of need advanced ballistics if you want to upgrade your tanks into giant death robots. You can just build them fresh though. But yeah, you do want to have blitz on them. XCOM squads, they can be dropped in and like attack cities quickly. Nuclear missiles, a lot bigger range than the previous ones. Atomic bombs, I think they do more damage as well. Some good planes, and then if you're trying to go for the space victory, so CERN gives 2 free techs. I guess if you're going robotics, which is the general path, it might make sense to go here. The 2 free techs, you're going to have all of these techs. Assuming you're rushing it, you're going to not have this, and this. Could take nanotechnology. The thing is, you want to get to nuclear fission as quick as possible as well. So I'd maybe research this, research mobile tactics while you're building CERN. Engineer it, obviously, if you need. And then I probably would use the free techs to get to nuclear fission as quick as possible, rather than just going straight. Okay, you get slightly better value on the free techs because they're more expensive, but you want to have nuclear fission so you can start building the boosters in 3 different cities. Then you can save building the SS stasis chamber and cockpit for like your highest production cities, which maybe have already built like an engine or one of the boosters or something, and then they build one of these parts at the end, like your highest production city starts the last part, so you can get it to all like time quite well in the end. That's the goal with science victory. He's into info era, so he's probably building Apollo program right now. I assume the World's Fair completed. Trader says it's gone. Hiawatha 1. Oh, you gotta let me see that. That's a little unfair. Definitely wanted to see who put what into it. They're building atomic bombs as well. It's just a deterrent, I'm sure. Mine's getting bullied. Japan's been busy again. Where now? See. Hysia under threat as well. Did they get anywhere with Tiflis? They did actually. Land ships are pretty strong. Please use your frickin' field guns as artillery though. Kind of crazy how far behind that some of the AIs get. Mongolia barely even through imperialism, even though they had like an alright civ for most of the game. These other guys on 7. Obviously. Africa has 60k gold. Sure. They did go for this one, which is the best choice. Extra science when they expend great people. Good production, I mean, yeah. They're doing all the right stuff. See this Apollo program. Theoretically, they can finish off Info Era pretty quickly, especially if they go for the right tech path. Okay, they're doing radar now. That doesn't make sense. You gotta go robotics if you wanna win quickly. Especially penicillin, actually. Even the medical labs would make a big difference. Alternative energy, they could get more science from cities that way, but yeah, medical labs. Pretty big bonus to science from that. I guess whenever they... You could say there's no rush to get it because you get 50 science per citizen no matter what, but I mean, what is their population right now? 400 pop, 50 science per pop, 20k science right there. Guess that's probably 3/4 of a tech. Fire fair enough. We are getting some corporations this game. I suppose it'll be interesting to see if... Okay, Iroquois got some franchises. No franchises from the other guys, only officers. Maybe Iroquois has transnationalism, helping them get franchises quicker. Got too cocky, I tried to move the camera around. It's my bad. Yeah, kinda too, actually. Good night, man. Have a good one. I think he's tried, to be fair. I guess he could have been more aggro towards... He's master of Ethiopia, so... Yeah, probably would have helped him if he'd just... Because Addis Ababa is like the best holy city in the game, probably would have helped him to just conquer that. And unfortunately he's fighting against Songhai, so it's never going to be easy to conquer. Yeah, maybe you should have turned off vassalage. I think someone suggested that earlier. Then he would have had to conquer Addis Ababa, or someone would have been more action down here. But yeah, it's always going to be hard to push through another authority sit where they're similar techs, similar strength. There's a bunch of rivers too. Also, because of where he started, he was actually very isolated at the start. Didn't even really have a chance to war until a reasonable amount of the way through the game. There wasn't a lot of options of who to conquer. So we can get to the end and we can see if we can get them finish. I don't really want to have to do another stream on this, so we'll see how far they can get to it. And maybe if Japan can do some crazy stuff over the needs. Feels like the turns are getting exponentially longer, and obviously with the freaking crashes, it's not great. I mean, computer is not some amazingly powerful computer. It's a little old right now. I wonder if it would be different on a better computer or it's just the old game. Pretty sure everyone watching is asleep right now anyway. Okay with that. Incans have already taken the lead, at least in terms of score. And tech. Japan keeping up on policies. He has managed to conquer quite a bit, so I'm sure we've been getting some generals, admirals, musicians. But yeah, no way he could have got anywhere with tourism, unfortunately for him, because he has minus 100% tourism output with every sip, unless he's miraculously used a musician. I don't know. And even if he did, he would have no tourism output with either. He'd have to use a musician in both of these civs. It's kind of crazy. Minds have taken freedom. Incans building science and archaeologists. I mean, that's smart. If they've got all the buildings, they should be producing science. If they're still trying to wall the mines, they are. They've actually made progress. So they're going to take Uxmal. From there, they might be able to surround Tulum. And maybe even take Chichen Itza as well. But they don't have a lot of good units. They don't have a lot of land ships. I would have thought they've got to have one of the most oil. Oil spawns pretty often in the jungle and the desert, so they're going to have quite a bit of it. They're building Sydney Opera House now. They did manage to take boats now. Boats are powerful. I guess with the Iroquois attacking Chichen Itza as well, it's definitely in trouble. Try and get a view on which text he's gone for next turn, but missed it this turn. Order for Zulus, order for Shoshone, freedom for Morocco, freedom for India, freedom for the Huns. Anything happened in Congress? Not really. World religion, world ideology. Wow. Okay. It looks like it's going to be a yeah. Nay on world religion. I mean, world ideology gets passed. World religion gets passed. So I guess there's only like 3 civs following Protestantism, maybe 4 with the Aztecs. 4 extra votes. Freedom, there was like 4 or 5 civs following freedom. Actually, quite a few. Wow, okay, everyone's getting into policies. A lot of them have chosen freedom. There could be a good like 10 civs following freedom. If they, well, particularly the world ideology freedom passes, there'd be some civs with like 20 votes. I don't know how many they're going to need for hegemony. Someone proposes, but if they get up there and votes, they'll start proposing like the United Nations. Definitely the tech from the United Nations has been got, so yeah, world ideology and United Nations could happen, to be honest, and we could start getting some global hegemon votes into them. Oh, what another one? What does that give again? We'll check it one sec. Let me check the jacuzzi stuff. 5k tech per turn, 3.5k. Culture per turn. Why are they researching lasers? That doesn't do anything. Why would you go for that? Really? Just go for fucking robotics, bruv. My god, he's zooming it out. Incan tanks on the way in. Does he not have the policy to allow T30 force? I can sleep, man. Thank you for the concern. I am a late sleeper. I'm just letting this run out for as long as I can this evening, because I don't think I'll stream it again. Should I cook myself a stew? It's one more turn. Except each turn takes like 5 minutes. Oh my god. Japan is going ham. Oh wow, they came all the way down here. So what have they conquered? They're gonna conquer Hysia. Karakoram. New Sarai is falling. Otra they're raising. Varanasi is down. Do they have the emosas? Yeah, I don't think they do. They don't seem to have any ranged boats to speak of in general. I guess they take iron, maybe they don't have iron. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think everyone would agree that's kind of the best bit of Civ and most games like this. Yeah, but I guess you got to think all those decisions are for a reason to put you in the best possible spot. And then there is late game strategy as well. The mid game definitely can be a bit grindy. Late game wars are very grindy, but there's some crucial decisions later on as well in terms of like which one just to go for and when to use great people and things like that. I think like certain civs can be relatively fun late game, but yeah, like I guess the majority of games definitely at the beginning bit feels more impactful. The late game feels like most decisions you make, yeah, they're not really that important. You just have to keep making them. Oh yeah, that's the Brazil with Monopoly coming in handy. Iroquois actually attacking Palenque, that would be pretty big. That's a really sick right there. So Iroquois already has their own religions, they won't be able to do much with it. Just building science everywhere. I think they're taking the wrong thing. If they went for lovely, whatever it's called, satellites, I guess, told them to, then they'd be able to get a great scientist, they'd be getting into building those spaceship pods pretty soon. But they didn't. I mean, Persia's turn cannot be taken this long. It's like 10 minutes. Tertios. What? That ain't a musket run. Doesn't want to show what the tertios are. Open that. I don't know why Japan didn't vassalize as well. I'm not sure who's killing Constantinople. I guess it could be Portugal. Gandhi gets Statue of Liberty. For him. Europe relatively stable still. New Sarai gonna fall pretty soon. Agra potentially falling to Zulus. Japan's still nation building for sure. It's got 44 cities. Prediction. I don't think removing processes would make any difference though. To be honest, I rarely do processes. I probably should do them more, but I feel like I'm always like mega science focused. So it's pretty rare that I actually have enough production to build on the buildings before the end. It's more just the problem that you just end up with 60 odd units that you've got to use. 10 cities that you've got to pick buildings in, and instead of everybody being fairly equal, there's only like 2 or 3 civs in contention to win. So there's just, yeah, there's a lot more decisions, but less of them meaningful. Yeah, but I think like if you really think I can't think of a lot of strategy games that don't like deteriorate as the game goes on. I think it's partially like a design thing. Like when you make a game, you make the start of the game, you play the start of the game like a million times. You play the end of the game like 100 times, so it's never going to be as polished as the start. And I mean, that's how people play the game as well. Like, even if the end game was as good as the early game, you'd still play more early games than end games. UI 6? Unique improvement. I do love unique improvements. These jungles are looking nice. He got his tech, he can build freaking nuclear missiles now. No chance they can... Well, they can reach the mines, I guess, but... Is he really gonna nuke the mines? That seems excessive. They're pretty dead anyway. If he can take Palenque or something, maybe he could start nuking Iroquois. They should be pretty big rivals. Top competitive in mine. Are they competitive really? 16 techs ahead. 8 policies ahead. Yeah, that's exploration is done, isn't it? Can't really explore twice. suppose you could if the first time you explore, you just see like, I guess the land or whatever, and then instead of what happens currently, where once you've seen a tile, you get to see what it looks like for the rest of the game. If you had to like re-explore and actually find out like what's there now, like who's there, what have they built there, something like that. And I mean, I guess you have mechanics like archaeological digs where they only become available later on in the game. In Civ 7, you have to like find out where they are. But you'd kind of just click the button, so really interesting. Yeah. You do have to kind of go and look for them in a way. Mine's looking pretty screwed. Mongolia definitely screwed. Lanes are getting introduced. Don't think an anti-aircraft gun is going to be that useful. Be surprised if India or Mongolia have planes. This is, I guess, slightly my contention with Yamoto's. Like, even if they got them and they're good, I find the melee boats so much more powerful than the range boats anyway. And they don't use strategic, so you can just have like 10 of them like this. You should probably have more blitz ones, but. It's actually ahead on policies. I mean, he's conquered so many cities. Must have so many great works. At least they understand that the top competitor of the Incans. They ever be minister. They've got a lot of friends though, to be fair. Japan's only friend to the Ottomans. That's been the case for quite a long time. Rome's still kicking on. Alexandria finally falling. Zulus might start conquering a little bit more of Shanghai. Yeah, India as well. They take combat strength as a lot though, even for a vanguard. I'm glad. Expect to see these boats get squished though. Did he peace out or just conquer another city? Oh wow. They nuked Chichen Itza, oh my god. Or maybe two? They nuked Chichen Itza, oh my. And then Iroquois gets it anyway. They are at war though, so let's see how that goes for you, Iroquois. Mayans properly in trouble though. That's a lot of units, I gotta say. We might see some nukes flying about then. From the Incans into the Iroquois. Iroquois actually pretty far behind on tech. Not into atomic era yet. Someone really should have proposed scholars in residence this game. To be fair to the AIs, they do normally do that. I don't know if the fact that there's 43 civs is just throwing them off. Because they've been proposing some garbage so far. Slightly better stuff this session, where they're actually trying to get world ideology and stuff through, but most of it has just been sanction this dude, open door, whatever. Stuff that's not really going to impact the game. Love the aggression, let's go. They got rocket artillery as well. Chichen Itza is definitely falling. Don't know how they're gonna get through here without. Well, they do have a navy, to be fair. But definitely nothing like as big as one as Iroquois. They actually have great lighthouse though. Not that ages ago. Obviously. Didn't think they would get use out of it. But why are you still building atomic bombs? You literally researched nuclear missiles for no reason. Now you're just making an atomic bomb anyway. They researched another tech. I'm gonna assume that it's research lab tech, but they're not building it yet. You think the Incans can be in trouble? Please explain that. Honestly, I don't even think if I was playing the game as any of the other civs that I could win at this point. Japan is too cooked by having too many cities. Like, he cannot win tourism now. He would have to just beeline over to Incans and conquer them, like, right now. And he's obviously not going to do that. Like, maybe it's possible, depending on what promotions he has on his boats. Cusco's got 2 sea tiles, but, I mean, it's got a minefield, they've got a bunch of bombers, it's got 107 defense. You'd need to bring like a nuclear sub or something. And nuke Cusco. And I don't know about the diplomacy victory. If some of the... This is a pretty big Congress session, to be honest. There's world religion and world ideology up. Looks like that won't pass, but if world ideology gets passed, then they do United Nations. Incans probably getting sanctioned as well. I don't know how many votes somebody would need to win Diplo victory though. Probably more than me. I don't know if it's going to scale with the number of civs and be like 100 votes. It's normally around like 40. So, yeah. But there's not that many city-states for the people to ally, and most of the city-states have been killed anyway. They did get medical lab tech as well. Building all these medical labs is basically going to get them another free tech straight away. Can't remember what the tech is after medical labs, but... Oh, it's like the one... one above computers. I don't remember what it is. I think it's the one that gives police stations. The police stations and the computers. Electronics, right, yeah. Police stations, motherland pools, actually pretty useful for them. They've got mad building maintenance issues. Bunch of useless stuff, though the recycling centers actually have value for later on when you're trying to build all the spaceship factories and the spaceship hubs everywhere. You need one aluminium for each of these. But it does get given back to you once you add the spaceship part to the ship. Yeah, but they're 15 techs behind. They don't even have atom bombs yet. Incans are in the info era and have nuclear missile. It's not great. I'm gonna go AFK for a sec. In a few minutes. Alright, so they finally actually went for robotics. Got the giant death robots going for internet now. Yeah, hopefully they're heading towards CERN. They can get the 2 free techs from that and have pretty much all the techs that they need for the space victory. Also, they'll get a free scientist from building the Hubble Space Telescope. That will be good. Poland has been killed by the Huns. Fair enough. I thought they were Huns' vassal. No, they were Ottoman vassal, weren't they? Palenque has gone down to the Iroquois. Looks like the Mayans are actually going to fully get killed here. They are surrounded and there's a lot of boats there. And yeah, they're pretty cooked. I guess they actually have a navy on this side. Sure, Incans have enough to take them out if they really want. They got fleet destroyers. That's only 1 tech above the ironclads, I guess. Or no, there's dreadnought battleships though. Okay, they're building motherland cores as well. I guess that will be good for their building maintenance, so their economy will be a little bit better. They're building a CN tower as well, which they really don't need, but whatever. Damn, I mean, Japan actually has better science per turn and culture per turn at this point. Does it still give an extra population in all of your cities? No, it just gives really good tourism. I assume Incans are not on a tourism victory right now. Sweden actually has 450 tourism per turn somehow. 20k gold. One more policy as well. Yeah, let's try and check the tourism. We'll check the world religions as well. Maybe we'll just have a look around. Wow, I mean, they've nearly been wiped. They're still at war. They declared war on Mongolia again? Or they stayed in this war? They're gonna get Turfan as well. Then they're gonna be pretty on Japan. They got Agra. That's gonna fall too. I mean, the conquests are coming in now. Yeah, I mean, they're still familiar even with China. Exotic with Japan. Japan gets like 6k culture a turn, so they would need a lot more than that to catch up. That is one of the good things about having such a big empire. Let's try and see the policies as well. We've got Iron Curtain, the internal trade route bonus. Yep. Yep, good. They took all the right policies there, I think. Can't remember if there was another good tier 2 one. That's the main one from tier 1. Care of the people. Yeah, I mean, these are all reasonable for them. To be honest. Spacefight Pioneers, and the last one is a tourism one, if I'm not mistaken, which isn't going to help them a lot. I guess bonus production. Yeah, crazy. Crazy expansion by the Japanese. If they're not friends with the Huns, then the Huns could be in trouble. And they ain't, so definitely possible that'll be a big war. Attila has taken Krakow. Russia actually managed to hold on to Novgorod. Seemed like they were going to die to Sweden at some point. Well, Ethiopia was Zulu's vassal. They are. Would everyone know? Egypt did some damage to Heli. Oh no, they took Heliopolis. Okay, it went to them instead of the Zulus. Zulus probably could have done with that city to help them push on further. They didn't even get Gondar. Very high combat strength there, to be fair. Let's try and take that down. And Europe is pretty chill. Everyone's getting on. There's no wars going on at all. Everybody's just happy, holding hands. Rome took a slight cut. Carthage still just chilling. North Africa. Should definitely check out the host vote. Wow. What a nice guy. Austria's dead. Didn't notice that. My bad. Sweden made their move. At war with Persia, Spain, Morocco. They are at war with Venice. Venice could be in trouble then. Sweden's a strong civ to fight against. Actually, most of the city-states allied to Japan, believe it or not. Manhattan Project for Shoshone. If they were to team up with the Incans on the Iroquois, would be bad. Japan's got nukes as well. Where are the Congress votes? Are they already out of the picture? Okay, well let's just check the diplomacy screen and see what we can figure out there. World ideology freedom got passed. Incans got sanctioned. World religion didn't get passed. Decolonization. It's going to affect Japan. 6 from conquered capitals. Oh my, yeah, there's the autocracy building that gives 11 from city-states. 12 from world ideology. Oh my god, everyone following freedom, there's so many. 7 from declaration of friendships, 12 from following the world ideology. I mean, I guess the one thing is they've not proposed United Nations. And I reckon that means that nobody feels like they would have a chance of winning it. Because it's one where whoever has, if people start getting towards like a higher percentage of the votes needed, they'll start proposing it. But they're not going to bother if they're not, don't think they can win like that. So maybe the votes required is like ridiculously high, since there's 43 civs. India in shambles, so is Mongolia. Japan actually top score again. Could have three more vassals if they want. Do they want that? Assume they want to keep conquering. Yeah, we've got a bunch more writers and artists and stuff. Let's check their policies. Yeah, just all of them. Nice, they took the third alternative. It seemed like they did need some more strategics. New World Order they took as well. How are the corporations going? Iroquois with 15 franchises. See, that's the one you don't even need franchises in. Japan only has 3 franchises. Portugal has 7 somehow. My god. You're just brutal. So yeah, I'm just gonna get wiped. There's the Yamato. Wow, first industry person. Cheekily snagged Broadway. See, now your boats are not going to be so useful unless you send them over to Zulus or something. Which you could do. Mecca's falling as well. Looks like to Babylon. Babylon's general Ottomans to keep themselves safe. China got Chengdu back. Incans are building the spaceship factories. Great Firewall, 18 turns. See, they built too many wonders. They've just increased their wonder cost for no real reason. Do you know what? The turns feel like they're actually going a little bit quicker now. Unfortunately, I do need to go to bed, but I could leave this going over and just... Probably I shouldn't do that. I tell you what I think I'll do is... I think if I leave the stream on, then probably what'll happen is it'll crash or something. It'll just be a stream of a blank screen. We don't want that. So Shoshone had nukes. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stop the stream. I guess I'll let it play on, and maybe I'll just try and let it play on until like basically the end, and we can quickly see the finish and maybe go over the graphs and stuff. One would assume we will be seeing the Incans win. Like I said, unfortunately Japan, though they're doing well, they have no actual way of winning. The only other hope is a Diplo, but it seems unlikely since they're not even proposing United Nations. Like I said, I just don't know how many votes it needs. It's probably a lot though. So yeah, it's kind of like whoever can win science first, and that ain't much of a competition. They're 13 techs ahead, and they're about to get a free great scientist. If they can build CERN, that's 2 extra techs. God. Mongolia is gone. Mumbai is taken. This is about to be taken. It's fun watching them just go in there. It was so frustrating earlier watching them just get contained here when they couldn't get into Beijing, or Beshbelik I think was there. But yeah, thank you for watching, guys. I hope you had a nice evening. I reckon I'll be streaming on Wednesday. Maybe I'll just release a YouTube video with the outcome of this game, and because I want to stream something else. I think it'll be Balatro. But yeah, Have a nice night, guys. Hopefully see you then.